Chapter 1774. Do you know who you've offended? Those women aren't bad. Waiter, let them drink with us. Cold. At this moment, a cold and domineering voice suddenly rang out. In a corner of the restaurant, a one-eyed man was drinking wine and speaking indifferently. And he seemed to be referring to Yu Mun Yun and the others. In the restaurant, the corners of many experts' mouths curled up, revealing cold smiles. No matter where they were, unfamiliar newcomers would always have no status. The waiter in the restaurant pondered for a moment, then walked towards Lin Ling and said at the same time, "That guest is not weak. If you don't mind, please let the woman beside you drink with us. After this, the restaurant will reward you handsomely." Yes. Obviously, the waiter knew the one-eyed man and knew how terrifying he was, so he followed the other party's request. Those women are indeed not bad. I'm also a little tempted. Why don't we call one of them to drink with us? In the restaurant, the other experts also smiled faintly, as if they were also a little tempted. As for the experts who lived by martial arts and did not like women, they were all curious. They stared curiously at Lin Ling, wanting to know how the young man would respond. Although Lin Ling's reputation had risen, it did not mean that everyone knew him. Moreover, many of the experts here had come out of seclusion and had been cultivating for 500 to 600 years. The waiter's request stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then, he stared indifferently at the waiter and said, "I'm here to eat, not to drink with you. Seeing that you don't know anything, I'll give you a chance. Go over and slap that guy, then I'll overlook your rude words from before." Yes. What? Yes. The waiter's pupils constricted, and he snorted coldly, "What if I refuse?" Yes. Right now, he was working for an expert, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's first time in this restaurant, so he probably did not know the rules. Lin Ling smiled. Asking his wife to drink with him, was the other party reasonable? "I know you're unwilling, but you have to know that there are many ancient existences in this world that you can't afford to offend. For example, our Yunlai restaurant." The servant continued with an indifferent expression, "So before you do anything, you better find out where this place is." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling grabbed his head with his right hand and ruthlessly smashed it into the ground. The rigid golden diamond cracked open, and the servant was stuffed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and instantly fainted. Before, he had wanted to tell Lin Ling where this place was, but Lin Ling didn't even bother to listen and directly attacked. The restaurant suddenly quieted down, and the eyes of the experts flickered. They had already seen that this group of people was not weak, all of them at the peak of the Saint Realm, and 2 of them were even on the same level as Wu Sheng, but they were still not optimistic about this group of people because the owner of the restaurant was from the famous Yun family. Although the famous Yun family was not comparable to the ancient Ji family or the 3 great Shi clans, the Yun family had an ancient origin and had a good relationship with the giants of the mortal world. In addition, they were responsible for recording the history of the mortal world, so many people gave them face. One had to know that in this world, strength was respected, but if one did not have the strength to dominate the world, then the other great forces in the alliance would be one of their strengths. There's a good show to watch. Some of the masters suddenly sneered. The Yunlai restaurant had survived until now, so it had naturally encountered many such situations, but those who dared to behave atrociously here would not have a good end. "Sir, do you know who you have provoked?" At the same time, the one-eyed man took a sip of wine. He had been here for many years and had a good relationship with the Yunlai restaurant, so the previous waiter had spoken up for him. Lin Ling smiled again and walked towards the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man toyed with his wine cup and didn't even look at Lin Ling as he said, "Experts are as common as clouds in this world. Some people, some things, once provoked, will lead to earth-shattering revenge. Therefore, you shouldn't have acted rashly before. You should have asked clearly about the origins of this restaurant and the people who appeared here. His words made the 9 spirits of heaven and the others laugh. Although the restaurant seemed to have a great origin, Lin Ling was not someone they could easily provoke. Since you have already provoked me, what do you want? Lin Ling finally spoke. Kill you. The one-eyed man still did not look at Lin Ling, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. However, invisible waves of energy began to roll out from his body. This person was the famous heavenly emperor 500 years ago, and his strength had now reached the peak of the saint realm. The waves of energy turned into ghost heads, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they stared coldly at Lin Ling. At this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely gloomy. However, the wave of energy from the single-eyed man's head had just surged when a golden claw clawed at him. The terrifying thing was that as soon as the claw appeared, all quintessence energy was swept away, and it caused the pupils of the spectators to narrow. In the next moment, the one-eyed man was grabbed by the head and raised high. Lin Ling did not even bother to say anything. The dragon claw in his left hand grabbed the one-eyed man and slammed him into the ground. Gotcha! The luxurious golden diamond cracked, and another head appeared on the ground. It was as if a radish was buried in the ground, leaving only the head above the ground. Since you opened your door to do business, is this how the restaurant treats its customers? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the depths of the restaurant. Customer, this is the restaurant's negligence. Please forgive us. Today, customer, you are eating and drinking here. Everything is free. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the restaurant and bowed respectfully. This restaurant was used to exchange information. When Lin Ling and the others came, he thought they were newcomers, so he did not give them any face. However, who knew that this group of guys was also very overbearing, treating people like radishes? It was impossible not to be afraid. However, although he was afraid, it did not mean that his backer was afraid. He smiled and said, "This restaurant is opened by the famous Yun family. It is an honor for you to come here." His words reminded Lin Ling of the backer of this restaurant. Bang! Lin Ling threw a punch at the table beside him, and it turned into dust. The shockwave was shocking. So, do you still want to do business? For him, it was just a meal, but these people wanted his wife to accompany them. If it were not for Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, Lin Ling would have torn down the restaurant. These guys have guts. Staring at the broken table, many experts' faces changed. The restaurant had announced their backer, but the young man was still not afraid. Yes, yes, yes. Servants, quickly bring out the best food and wine. The owner of the restaurant hurriedly shouted. Soon after, the waiters carried out the dishes. The owner of the restaurant smiled obsequiously. Lin Ling could not be bothered to make a fuss about it on account of Ancestor Tai Yen and the others. Everyone quickly sat down. More than 10 people began to eat and drink. It was very lively. These guys are really fearless. They caused trouble here, but not only did they not leave, they even began to eat and drink here. The Yunlai restaurant has rules. Any newcomer who comes will be humiliated. After 2 or 3 times, the restaurant and customers will recognize him. This kid broke the rules. The experts in the restaurant whispered, but they were looking forward to the show that was about to come. Although their voices were soft, Lin Ling's soul force was powerful, so he naturally heard them. This made him speechless. He did not expect that a simple meal would cause so much trouble. Chapter 1775. In the Yun clan's restaurant. Come, Xiao Yan, drink with Grandpa. Alright, Grandpa, Aunt Nian Chen, Xiao Yan will drink to you. In the crowd, Ancestor Tai Yen and Mo Nianchen were the weakest, but they respected them the most because they were Lin Ling's elders. Therefore, they all laughed heartily. Of course, they could see that the restaurant wasn't ordinary, but they believed that Lin Ling could solve everything. At that moment, outside the restaurant, many people were talking. I've heard that in a year, the demon clan will invade. The Deacon Palace is going to open the Vine Leaf world. Indeed. Celestial emperors who have less than 200 years of cultivation are all qualified to enter. Besides, apart from the 3 legends of the human world, even Wuxia can enter. Hee. In Champion University, Celestial Emperor Wuxia is also qualified. Yes. He's lucky, but Sister Yun is also qualified. Yes. I've received an invitation, but I'm more interested in the Great Evolution Mountain, where Xian Di went. I've heard that there are many mysterious places there. Yes. Sister Yun will be able to go once she becomes a titled Celestial Emperor. Yes. Everybody's eyes twinkled. They could hear that those people were geniuses of the Celestial Emperors. They had all received an invitation to go to the mysterious places. Sister Yun, I'm going to the restaurant. I've heard that some people dared cause trouble in our restaurant. I'm going to take care of them. Yes. A young girl about 15 or 16 years old entered the restaurant first. She glanced at the restaurant manager and walked toward Lin Ling under the manager's reminder. The guests were excited because the owner of the restaurant had come back. I won't talk nonsense. I'll give you a chance. 1. Break one of your arms and get the hell out of here. 2. Die. Yes. Lin Ling and the others were still eating, but the girl walked over and said coldly. To her, people dared come to her restaurant and break the rules. How audacious. Grandpa, come and eat more. However, Lin Ling and the others didn't seem to see the young girl's threat. Lin Ling was constantly picking up food for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. As for Little Flame and the rest, they were having a drinking competition and acted as if they did not see the young lady. This scene undoubtedly caused the people in the restaurant to suck in a breath of cold air. The members of the prestigious Yun clan had arrived, yet these people were actually ignoring them. Do you know who I am? At first, the girl wanted to resolve the matter quickly, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Young lady, don't you want to know what happened? We're here to eat, and we won't give you a penny less. However, the moment we entered the restaurant, you insulted us. We didn't blame the restaurant, but you're blaming us? Lin Ling and the others ignored the young girl, but Yu Man Yun and Qin Xiaolan still decided to reason with her. Shut up. I don't care what grievances you've suffered, but the restaurant belongs to my family. I have the final say here. If I think you're wrong, then you're wrong. However, the young girl didn't give them any face at all. She didn't care who was right or wrong. She just wanted to chase away these filthy trash so that they wouldn't affect the mood of her sister and the other geniuses. Yu Man Yun and Qin Xiaolan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She wants them to shut up. The restaurant belongs to the prestigious Yun clan. No matter what your background is, you can't afford to offend them. The young girl said again. Huo Ling, get rid of this annoying fly. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke, and he didn't even look at the young girl beside him. Kill her. Huo Ling had always been domineering and willful. She immediately smiled like a little witch. Yu Man Yun and the others weren't as heartless as Lin Ling, and they hurriedly persuaded her, don't, just teach her a lesson. Got it. Huo Ling turned into a fire shadow and shot toward the young girl. She reached out with her small hand and formed a small area of burning clouds. The young girl's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect these people to dare to attack. She shouted angrily, how dare you? Bang! Huo Ling imitated Lin Ling and grabbed the young girl's head and slammed it into the ground, leaving only the young girl's head outside. At this moment, she was spitting out blood, and her face was full of anger. Hee, the third radish. Huo Ling said with a smile. Meanwhile, the restaurant was silent. All the powerhouses stared at the 3 radishes on the ground. Their bodies were cold and trembling. These guys were crazy enough. Your Excellency, you're quite bold. My sister was just advising you, but you attacked her. At this moment, a large number of figures finally walked in from the door. The woman in the lead was wearing a green robe and carrying a golden bow on her back. At this moment, she had a cold expression. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang. The crowd gasped. They came here all year round and naturally knew the background of that woman. She was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Yun clan, Yuntang. She was the most senior among the Yun clan disciples. Your sister was just advising us. Noble families really know how to slander people. If your restaurant doesn't welcome people, you can just say so. But your sister said that we should all cripple one of our arms and get out of the restaurant. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice floated out. Yun Tang's eyes twinkled. Even so, you wouldn't dare humiliate her. She looked at the 3 radishes on the ground and pulled a long face. Those guys were treating her sister like radishes. The more she looked at them, the angrier she got. She threatened them, if you offend the prestigious Yun clan, you'll probably die here. Xiao. At that moment, Lin Ling turned into a ghost and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Yun Tang. He had a sword on her neck and said, "What did you say before? Say it again." How fast? Yun Tang's expression changed drastically. She wasn't weak in Champion University, but in front of that young man, she couldn't fight back. At that moment, a sword was on her neck and she could die at any moment. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her restaurant. Your Excellency, you wouldn't dare kill me because if you kill me, the prestigious Yun clan won't let you off. Yun Tang took a deep breath and said firmly. However, just as she finished speaking, the words of the person beside her made her not dare to be firm. Lin Ling, it's actually you. Next to her were the 3 legendary geniuses of the human world, Princess Wuxia, Ji Tianxian. At that moment, they were both astonished. The restaurant was in an uproar. Lin Ling, surprisingly, it was Lin Ling. Who didn't know Lin Ling in the human world? He wasn't very strong, but he had a strong background. He was only a saint and he didn't fear the leader of the sky. He was the first of the 3 legendary geniuses of the human world. Do you still dare say what you said before? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Yun Tang's expression to stiffen. Previously, she had thought that Lin Ling would not dare to kill her, but now, she did not dare to think so. At least, if there was no one stronger than Lin Ling in the restaurant, Lin Ling did not need to be afraid to kill her. However, she was a dignified young lady of a prestigious family. How could she swallow this humiliation when she was asked to lower her head and admit defeat? Chapter 1776. Astraline Xian Di. I was wrong before. Yun Tang hurriedly apologized. As she said this, her body trembled. She actually bowed her head and admitted defeat. This was a complete loss of face. What a snob. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He withdrew his sword and slowly walked towards Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. Now, no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. Those heavenly emperors who were watching a good show were secretly lucky that they did not make a move before. Otherwise, their end would have been very miserable. As for the owner of the restaurant, his face was ghastly pale. Earlier, he'd thought that Lin Ling had offended the wrong person, but now he knew that he was the one who'd offended the wrong person. A mere Yunlai restaurant was like an ant when compared to Lin Ling. Yun Tang's eyes were cold. She led the geniuses to another table and sat down. Previously, they were like the top geniuses of the mortal world, high-spirited. However, after entering the restaurant, they were silent. The reason was naturally because of Lin Ling. Humph, he's only relying on the divine martial realm beast. The giants of the mortal world do not dare to touch him, but the other heavenly emperors do not put him in their eyes. Brother Tianxian, why do you say that? Because if the giants of the mortal world touch Lin Ling, it would be bullying the weak. However, if the other heavenly emperors touch Lin Ling, no one will object. Those geniuses whispered as if they were cheering themselves on. However, what they said was true. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. The giants of the mortal world did not dare to touch Lin Ling, but the powerhouses of the same generation could. Lin Ling, you only have 3 months to live. We are looking forward to the battle with the 5 heavenly monarchs. Ji Tianxian suddenly sneered. It was as if he wanted to prove that he was not afraid of Lin Ling in front of Yun Tang and Princess Firecloud. Princess Firecloud's eyes flickered. In the past, when she saw Lin Ling, she was like a white swan. But now, when she saw Lin Ling, she was like a toad beneath a swan. The sensation that Lin Ling had caused in the human world was not something that she could do. However, it was precisely because of this that she had always wanted to see Lin Ling fall. Ji Tianxian, do you want to die? On Lin Ling's side, the 9 spirits of heaven immediately stood up and said. Yo, a loser dares to be arrogant? I admit that I'm no match for Lin Ling, but I can beat you like a dog. Ji Tianxian immediately counterattacked. Not long ago, he had arranged a battle with the 9 spirits of heaven. He had beaten the 9 spirits of heaven until they begged for mercy and admitted defeat. It was just that after Lin Ling went on stage, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Since it's like this, then you guys can fight. Let's see who will beat who into a dog. Let's have some fun after dinner. At this time, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. His words caused Ji Tianxuan's expression to change. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He wasn't afraid of the 9 spirits of heaven, but he was afraid of Lin Ling. You were so arrogant before, how did you become trash now? Seeing that Ji Tianxian didn't dare to speak, Lin Ling's sneer became even thicker. You! Ji Tianxian angrily stood up, but quickly sat back down. Huh, trash. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others all laughed, feeling elated. In the past, before Lin Ling returned, Ji Tianxian and Ji Yangjun were the most arrogant in the 7 emperors of heaven. But after Lin Ling returned, how could these people dare to be arrogant and overbearing? Ji Tianxian, go. Our Yun Sect's guest elder, Gang Yin Xian Di, is here. With him here, there's no need to be afraid of Lin Ling. Yun Tang suddenly said. At this time, at the door, a tall figure slowly walked in. This person was like a door god. His face was cold, and his body was covered with scars. He is. Princess Wuxia frowned as she stared at the person. My family's guest elder, the ancient expert Xian Di from 1,000 years ago. Yun Tang smiled. Previously, she saw that the situation was not right, so she secretly called for the guest elder to come. It's him. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, he was an extremely famous immortal emperor powerhouse. He once entered the demon domain and fought against several demon monarchs. Later, because he was poisoned with astral silver, his strength greatly decreased. I never thought that he would become a guest elder of the Cloud sect. Some ancient experts said in awe. The Yun sect's background was indeed not weak. Even Gang Yin Xian Di had been recruited. One had to know that an expert at the level of Xian Di was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain wherever he went. And with an expert titled Xian Di, there was no doubt that Yun Tang and the others did not need to be afraid of Lin Ling. Yun Tang's face was filled with pride. She said indifferently, Gang Yin Xian Di, you stay here. If you meet an arrogant junior, directly slap him 3 times. If he doesn't listen, cripple him. She was obviously talking about Lin Ling. Everyone in the restaurant sneered. It was as if they had turned the situation around. They were no longer afraid of Lin Ling, and could even humiliate Lin Ling. Yes, young miss. Gang Yin Xian Di replied expressionlessly. On Lin Ling's side, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other experts had ugly expressions. The other party was an expert titled Xian Di. There was no doubt about his strength. They were no match for him at all. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Yu Mun Yun said softly. This place was not suitable to stay for long. Lin Ling, if your life did not belong to the southern Shenyuan peak, I would have taught you a lesson right now. Now, if you don't dare to stay, scram. Although Yu Mun Yun's voice was very soft, Yun Tang still heard it. She immediately sneered, as domineering as an empress. I've just eaten. Let's sit down and watch a good show before leaving. 9 spirits of heaven, go beat that Ji Tianxian into a dog. However, Lin Ling said indifferently as if he did not know how powerful Gang Yin Xian Di was. As soon as he said this, many people looked forward to it even more. Did Lin Ling not know that he was no longer in charge here? If he dared to stay, then he would definitely lose face. Ji Tianxian, get out here. The 9 spirits of heaven believed Lin Ling's words and walked out. Good. 9 spirits of heaven, your wings have hardened. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Ji Tianxian walked out with a cold smile. And behind him, Yun Tang played with Hong Yan's fingernails and said indifferently, give him 300 slaps. Even if the sky falls, I'll support it. This time, she clearly wanted to challenge Lin Ling. Ji Tianxian, beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. The crowd and the heavenly emperor behind Ji Tianxian were all cheering at this moment, as if they were representing the human world to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The entire restaurant was filled with cheers, making the white-clothed heavenly emperor and the rest have cold faces. These guys clearly wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Outside the restaurant, 2 figures appeared. Under the sunlight, they looked at each other. A terrifying aura also bloomed. In the distance, a large number of people slowly gathered to watch. Although they did not know who those 2 people were for a moment, they could sense that those 2 people were powerful heavenly emperor powerhouses. 9 spirits of heaven, don't be anxious. This time, I'll think about how to defeat you and make you lose more face. Of course, those 300 slaps are unavoidable. Ji Tianxian puffed out his chest and said proudly. From beginning to end, he did not put the 9 spirits of heaven in his eyes at all. Because he had just defeated the 9 spirits of heaven not long ago, so the 9 spirits of heaven was a defeated opponent in his heart. Chapter 1777. Like a radish. Cut the crap, let's fight. Excitement turned into fighting intent, causing the 9 spirits of heaven to hold the halberd and pounce towards Ji Tianxian. Sigh, as a heavenly emperor, every move is watched by the human world. Why be so impatient? It's simply an insult to the status of a heavenly emperor. Ji Tianxian said proudly, his entire body shining with golden light, as if a god of war had descended. In the end, his eyes lit up, as the saying goes, where you fall, you get up. Today, I'll use the move that defeated you in the past to defeat you once again. Is this the so-called where you fall, you get up? Hearing that, Yun Tang and the rest could not help but laugh. Ji Tianxian was going to heavily humiliate the 9 spirits of heaven. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. The current 9 spirits of heaven was no longer the 9 spirits of heaven of the past. The moment the halberd appeared, the 9 spirits scattered, as if shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. The 8 halberds pressed down on Ji Tianxian from all directions, forming a terrifying power of law. At this moment, Ji Tianxian was still laughing, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted and his body began to tremble. The power of law. The 9 spirits of heaven last time did not have the power of law. No, it was the halberd in his hand. Get down. While he was still in shock, the 9 spirits of heaven's attack arrived. Rumble. A majestic power attacked. The law was tyrannical, causing Ji Tianxian to spit out a mouthful of blood. In his anxiety, he used the spear of faith, but it instantly shattered. It could not block the power of law of the halberd. Ka ka ka. The halberd was like a tyrannical hammer, directly smashing him to the ground. Many of his bones were also broken. When they saw this scene, everyone in the restaurant and outside the restaurant had their mouths wide open. They were speechless. Ji Tianxian was defeated in one move. Pa! At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven felt the stuffiness in his heart and spat it out. He took a step forward and grabbed Ji Tianxian, who was on the ground. His left hand was like a palm leaf fan as he ruthlessly swept it out. I'll let you be arrogant. Pa pa pa. I'll let you challenge me. Pa pa pa. Weren't you very proud in the past? Why are you so weak today? Pa pa pa. The frenzied slapping sounds continued to ring out. The crowd saw that Ji Tianxuan's entire face seemed to be inflated as it swelled crazily. His teeth were spitting out, and every slap would produce a stuttering sound. This was the previously arrogant Ji Tianxian. This was the Ji Tianxian who defeated the 9 spirits of heaven last time. Everyone hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air, while Yun Tang and the rest looked as if their parents had died, their faces extremely ugly. They never thought that the 9 spirits of heaven's strength would increase so much. Ji Tianxian was simply beaten like a dog. Ha, ha. On Bai Yun Tiandi's side, everyone burst into laughter. They were not surprised at all, because that was the halberd forged by Lin Ling, so if the 9 spirits of heaven still lost, then he would not need to practice martial arts. As for the son of several people, the unhindered Sky Emperor laughed and said, the 9 spirits of heaven treated him as a radish seed. All right. The 9 spirits of heaven ruthlessly slapped Ji Tianxian 300 times. After venting their anger, they grabbed Ji Tianxian and wanted to stuff him into the ground. How dare you? At this moment, Yun Tang stood up. She had invited Ji Tianxian to the restaurant for a meal to discuss entering the secret realm. How could she be humiliated by Lin Ling's people right now? What? You want to act shamelessly after losing? 9 spirits of heaven, do as the unhindered Sky Emperor said. I want to see who can stop you. Lin Ling let out a cold laugh. He had long known that Yun Tang and the others would not let this matter rest. In fact, his guess was right. After Gangyin Xiandi arrived, she, Yun Tang, could only win and not lose. Gangyin Xiandi, attack. Sure enough, Yun Tang shouted angrily. Today, she would teach everyone here a lesson. Yes sir. The expressionless man said in a low voice. His body dispersed and turned into white mercury that flowed towards the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven naturally knew that an expert had attacked him, but he was not afraid. He was stuffing Ji Tianxian into the ground because he believed in his boss, Lin Ling. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lin Ling. Slap his face. Seeing Lin Ling appear, Yun Tang roared. She did not dare to kill Lin Ling, but if it was about teaching him a lesson, why would she not dare? The mercury turned into a palm and pressed down on Lin Ling like it could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing many people in the restaurant to sneer. Lin Ling could not block an expert at the level of Xiandi. He would definitely be slapped in the face. At this moment, Lin Ling raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Cultivating the 36 heavenly mercury arts, you can easily comprehend the power of 36 Tao laws every time you break through. The power of this art is very strong, but unfortunately, this art came from the martial god realm. There is no corresponding healing art, so you will inevitably turn into mercury. Now, your internal organs should have turned into mercury. You must have borrowed some mercury from the silver worm lich every year, otherwise you would have died long ago. The silver worm lich is very difficult to cultivate, so it must have been given to you by the famous Jiang family. That is why you became their slave. The voice turned into soul power and went directly into Gang Yin Xiandi's soul, causing his pupils to fiercely tremble. He immediately looked at the young man in front of him and said, "How do you know all this?" "Unfortunately, what's the use of knowing? Sorry, for the sake of the silver worm lich, for the sake of survival, young hero, I still have to teach you a lesson." The ruthless palm was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, but in Gang Yin Xiandi's eyes, the young man in front of him was as still as a mountain. This made him secretly sigh. This Lin Ling was not afraid even if the sky collapsed. He was much better than those heavenly emperors of Yuntang. Unfortunately, if it were not for the fact that he had no choice, he would not want to teach this rising star a lesson. "I can save you." However, at this moment, a confident voice floated over, causing Gang Yin Xiandi's expression to change dramatically. The slap also stopped abruptly. Whoosh! Although the slap did not land on Lin Ling's face, it was still very close to Lin Ling. The terrifying astral wind blew Lin Ling's hair, but he still stood there like a pine tree, unmoving like the king of hell. Martial arts from the martial god realm are not something that can be practiced by warriors of this world. If I want to save you, I naturally have to use the martial god realm's method. Fortunately, I happen to know a kind of spiritual liquid called the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. It can enhance all of your vitality, including melting the mercury in your body. Lin Ling said indifferently. Gang Yin Xiandi sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "How do I know if you are telling the truth? The price of doubting me is very high, but you have no choice now because the silver worm lich is only a temporary measure. It can't prevent your body from melting into mercury. Therefore, you have at most 100 years of life left. You have to gamble." Lin Ling said. Gang Yin Xiandi's eyes kept flickering. He could not help but marvel at this young man's calmness. Even now, he could still talk to him calmly. "Fine, I'll gamble." Gang Yin Xiandi suddenly gritted his teeth. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's palm landed on his face and said, "No one can slap me. Although you did not succeed, at least you had the intention. Also, this is the price you have to pay for doubting me." Gang Yin Xiandi's eyes widened. Lin Ling slapped his face. Chapter 1778. Spiritual Liquid Engraving Enchantment Hiss. Immortal Emperor Gang Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man's methods were truly ruthless. He knew that the Yunlai restaurant was extremely famous in the Xianping Great Territory. But now, the Yunlai restaurant was being treated like radishes. If this news were to spread out, it would undoubtedly be a huge joke. "I hope you're right. The price for deceiving me is even greater." Gang Yin Xiandi had been used to life and death over the years, so he was not afraid of offending a distinguished family. He turned into mercury and flew toward the restaurant. At this moment, in the restaurant, Yun Tang and the others did not know about the conversation between Lin Ling and Gang Yin Xiandi. At this moment, Yun Tang was drinking wine and said sweetly, "Yunlai restaurant is the place where my Yun family befriends the heroes of the world. It has 1,000 years of history, and no one has ever been able to behave atrociously here and then leave safely. No matter if it's a hero of the human world or someone with a powerful background, even a dragon has to bow down here. As expected of a distinguished family." The other celestial emperors were all flattering. However, just as she finished speaking, a hand appeared behind Yun Tang, grabbed her, and slammed her into the ground like planting radishes, leaving only her head outside. With a boom, the ground shook as if a bomb had exploded. Everyone's faces froze. Yun Tang spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment. She stared at the person who had attacked her and shouted hysterically, "Gang Yin Xiandi, you're crazy." She thought that with Gang Yin Xiandi around, Lin Ling would not be able to cause any trouble, so she was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling embarrassed. However, who knew that Gang Yin Xiandi would actually attack her? What was going on? Sorry, I've been entrusted by Lin Ling, so all of you will be planting radishes. Bang! Gang Yin Xian Di said expressionlessly. He looked at everyone in the restaurant, making their hearts tremble. Bang! 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 Earth-shattering noises came from the restaurant. The hard ground cracked open as radishes were planted one after another. Outside the restaurant, those who were watching the show all held their breaths. There was only the sound of their hearts beating, rising and falling one after another. From their point of view, the restaurant could be said to be a vegetable garden. A large number of heads sat on the ground like radishes, especially Miss Yun Tang. Her long hair was disheveled, and she looked the most embarrassed. All right, the radishes are planted. This meal was not bad. Let's go back. Thank you for your hospitality, Yunlai Restaurant. Fong. Lin Ling shrugged and smiled indifferently. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, who were still in shock in the restaurant, all burst into laughter. This meal was not bad. Boss, I've got to hand it to you. I only planted one radish, but you planted everyone else. This speed is way too fast. The 9 spirits turned, and couldn't help but exen. Everyone laughed and left the restaurant. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were sure that it was Lin Ling's masterpiece. The restaurant was silent. The radishes were still there. Yun Tang's face was green and red. She spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Lin Ling, I won't let you go. She didn't expect that not only would she lose face today, but even the Yun family's guest elder would be taken away by Lin Ling. At this moment, Ancestor Tai Yen and the others followed Lin Ling to the rainforest sacred land. Behind them, a burly but expressionless person followed. A powerful person with the title Xian Di was on par with the supreme Xian Di and the others. With such a powerful person following them, the 9 spirits of heaven were undoubtedly under great pressure. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was relaxed. His force didn't have a powerful Xian Di, but now he had finally subdued one. After returning to the rainforest sacred land, Lin Ling immediately began to mix the 5 with heaven-shattering liquid. 3 days later, Lin Ling walked out. At the same time, everyone received the news and gathered in Lin Ling's small courtyard. A mysterious liquid appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This liquid was multicolored and emitted a mysterious aura. Boss, is this the treasure you talked about that can increase one's strength? Little Flame curiously stared at the jade bottle in Lin Ling's hand and asked, do you drink it directly? Lin Ling shook his head, I use this liquid to carve a cultivation boundary. I use the boundary to cultivate. The boundary is also called the heaven-shattering divine world. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Xian Di's eyes flickered. He had been cultivating for a long time, but this was the first time he had heard of this kind of cultivation method. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling indifferently as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling asked Little Flame and the others, then started to carve the boundary runes on the ground. This kind of boundary rune was extremely complicated, but it had many functions. For example, if one wanted to increase one's realm, then the boundary rune would strengthen the realm. If one wanted to increase one's soul power, then they would carve the corresponding boundary runes. Thus, Lin Ling had also asked for the requirements of the crowd before inscribing the corresponding spirit formation runes. After a long time, everyone stared at the circular boundary runes on the ground and couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Little Flame, that's a cultivation array to increase one's physical body and realm. Go in and give it a try. Xianyuan Jiutian, you only want to increase your realm and talent. That cultivation array belongs to you. Lin Ling continued to say. The boundary rune was about 5 meters wide and was carved with 5 wood heaven blasting liquid. It emitted a colorful light and was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling finally looked at Gang Yin Xian Di and said, Astral Immortal Xian Di, that belongs to you. See if it's effective. If it's effective, then give me all your merit points. I'll carve the cultivation array for you when I'm free. The latter couldn't help but nod his head. Astral immortal Xian Di didn't care about merit points. His life was the most important. After entering the enchantment, he sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, he felt a mysterious power caressing his body like a gentle hand. The frozen mercury in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. It slowly melted and disappeared into green smoke along the top of his head. It's effective. Gang Yin Xian Di was excited. He didn't expect that he had made the right bet. Gang Yin Xian Di opened his eyes and said excitedly, "How many merit points do you need to use this kind of cultivation array? You can tell me directly. I'll take care of all these cultivation arrays in the future." Lin Ling smiled faintly, "No problem. If you don't have any merit points at the moment, I can carve the cultivation array for you. You can stay in the rainforest sacred land." Okay. Gang Yin Xian Di nodded happily. He didn't know that Lin Ling was even happier. After all, if Gang Yin Xian Di stayed here, then his rainforest sacred land would have an expert like Xian Di overseeing it. After dealing with Gang Yin Xian Di, Lin Ling also carved the cultivation array and began to cultivate. His cultivation array was a triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. This time, the most important thing was to upgrade his fiend god overlord physique. After sitting down cross-legged, a gentle aura spread throughout his body, making Lin Ling feel comfortable all over. In his body, the small world crazily erupted. From 14 universes of strength, it increased to 15 universes of strength. Moreover, his dragon claws seemed to have come alive. Originally, it was 6 claws, but gradually, it awakened to 7 claws. With every claw awakened, Lin Ling could increase his strength by 1 universe. Chapter 1779. Vine Leaf World. Time passed slowly. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the 7th level of the Divine Demon Overlord body. At that time, he would definitely have a 10th level heaven rank talent, and the 7th level would be Ancient God Descends. Legend has it that in star-picking nation, if one's Divine Demon Overlord body reached the 7th level, then everyone would be an emperor-like existence. If one reached the 8th level, it wouldn't be difficult to rule the world. If one reached the 9th level, the Divine Demon Overlord body would descend and have the talent to become an emperor. At that time, as long as one's realm increased, it would be easy to dominate. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he glanced around and saw that the surrounding barrier runes had dimmed a lot. It seemed that he had to carve a new one. "Your Majesty, it should be an 8th level heaven rank immortal body now." Elder Z's excited voice sounded. This Li Xiaoyao's cultivation method was indeed powerful, surpassing star-picking nation. Although Lin Ling still looked like an Earth-rank talent on the surface, he was already an 8th level heaven-rank talent and could withstand many powerful attacks. However, the Divine Demon Overlord body was a realm every 10 levels, so on the surface, it was still an Earth-rank 10th level. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to carve a new barrier rune, the mother insect's voice sounded, "Lin Ling, the secret realm has opened. Quickly come to the Heartbreak Ridge." At the same time, Princess Fire Spirit, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and Bai Yun Tiandi all received the news. However, the unhindered Sky Emperor and the rest were old, so they didn't receive the news. Heartbreak Ridge Vine Leaf World. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Last time, Emperor Li Shou had told him that he would enter the secret realm to cultivate soon. He didn't expect to come at the right time. Legend has it that the Vine Leaf World is the best cultivation place for heavenly emperor powerhouses in the mortal world. You can soar to the heavens in one go there. Only heavenly emperors who have cultivated for less than 200 years can enter. Scoundrel, we can use the cultivation array at any time, but the Heartbreak Ridge Vine Leaf World is not a place we can go at any time. Princess Fire Spirit stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. At present, Yang Kai's talent had reached about the 8th grade of the heaven rank and his physical strength had greatly improved. As for his cultivation, it had reached the peak of the saint realm, so his self-preservation ability had increased. He could try going to the vine leaf world. Let's go then. Lin Ling led a few people forward, heading to where the 7 emperors' heaven was. After a long time, when Lin Ling arrived at the 7 emperors' heavens, a large number of heavenly emperors had already gathered there. Each and every one of them was transcendent and had extraordinary potential. Among them, there were many diamond-level heavenly emperors. But thinking about it, the requirement this time was for heavenly emperors who had cultivated for less than 200 years. Without a doubt, these heavenly emperors' talents were extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, these were the genius celestial emperors that the highest deacon palace of the mortal world wanted to cultivate. And after Lin Ling and the others arrived, many heavenly emperors looked at Lin Ling indifferently, their eyes filled with provocation. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling. The giants of the mortal world were afraid of Lin Ling's mysterious backer, but they weren't afraid. Because if they really wanted to target Lin Ling, the mysterious backer behind Lin Ling wouldn't be able to put down his face to teach them a lesson. Lin Ling, this vine leaf world is an ancient void region. Legend has it that you can reach the martial god world. I hope your strength can increase greatly inside and defeat the 5 great heavenly monarchs in 3 months, greatly raising the prestige of the 7 emperors. A heavenly emperor said indifferently, seemingly blessing Lin Ling, but in fact, he was mocking Lin Ling. Because with Lin Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the 5 great heavenly monarchs in 3 months. Enough nonsense, let's go. Emperor Li Shou said indifferently and led Lin Ling and the others forward. The other 7 emperors also led their own subordinates and flew into the sky. This time, all the geniuses of the 3 myths of the mortal world had gathered in the Mountain of Pain. After a day, a large number of strong heavenly emperors appeared in the sky above the Mountain of Pain. Their chi was so strong that it made the clouds roll. All the geniuses of Champion University arrived at the ancient celestial stage. Of course, the highest deacon palace of the human realm will not treat you unfairly. Whoever obtains the most vine fruits will be rewarded with 2 million merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate once. The second place will be rewarded with 1 million merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate once. The second place will be rewarded with 1 million merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate. The third place will be rewarded with 500,000 merit points and can enter the Daohua pool to cultivate. As for those who are not ranked, 1 vine fruit can be exchanged for 10 merit points. The heavenly emperors took a deep breath when they heard that. Their eyes were burning with passion. The Dao transformation pool was an extremely precious place. Someone had once comprehended the power of the laws in the Dao transformation pool. Even titled celestial emperors yearned to enter the Dao transformation pool, let alone heavenly emperors. Lin Ling was stupefied. Even though he could carve deployment spells, he had to spend points to get materials. Therefore, he could never have too many points. However, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire sky and discovered that there were many diamond-level heavenly emperor powerhouses. Wanting to seize even more merit points was difficult. Lin Ling couldn't compete with diamond-level heavenly emperors. The 5 celestial emperors aren't here. They went to the titled Xian Di's mysterious world. Someone suddenly said in a low voice, making many heavenly emperors jealous. The 5 celestial emperors represented the 5 strongest people among the heavenly emperors. But the mysterious world they went to was better, and their strength had increased greatly. But it was good that they weren't here. The competition wasn't that big. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling. They knew about the battle between Lin Ling and Xianyuan Nanfeng. But Xianyuan Nanfeng had entered the Xian Di's mysterious world. 3 months later, his strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling's chances of winning were even slimmer. Lin Ling was aware of those gloating gazes. He sneered and ignored them. Now, let's test your talent. Those with immortal physiques that haven't reached the 5th grade of the Earth realm are not allowed to enter. At this time, the old man spoke again. A huge pagoda fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The huge pagoda was divided into 3 levels. Each level had 9 lights. They tested the Earth realm, Heaven realm, and Divine realm respectively. All the heavenly emperors' faces changed. The requirements for this trip to the mysterious world were much stricter. Apart from cultivation time, there was also a talent requirement. Yungu Immortal Platform's heavenly emperors go first. The old man said indifferently. Many genius heavenly emperors approached the huge pagoda one after another, and the huge pagoda kept emitting light. Most of them were 1st grade of the Heaven realm, and a small number of them were Earth realm. Talent could also be improved. Obviously, during this period of time, Yungu Immortal Platform had secretly paid a lot of treasures to nurture the heavenly emperors. And there were a few people who were terrifying 5th grade of the Heaven realm, causing the big shots of the mortal realm to narrow their eyes. Heavenly emperors had reached the 5th grade of talent. In the future, they might even have the chance to form a divine body. Chapter 1780. Talent Test, Princess Wuxia, eliminated. Eliminated. The old man continued to speak. When he mentioned Princess Firecloud, her face was gloomy and even a little ferocious. In the past, she was a 1st grade Heaven rank talent and was the center of attention. But now, she didn't even have an Earth rank talent and lost the opportunity to enter the Vine Leaf world. And all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Is he a hero of the human world? Destroying someone's future, what a despicable method. Many people from Champion University sympathized with Princess Wuxia. They stared at Lin Ling coldly. One of them said, "Princess Wuxia, you're a celestial emperor of Champion University. Today, you're eliminated, I'll get justice for you." Brother Mustang, a short time ago, Lin Ling came to the Cloud Tower restaurant and caused trouble. He taught me a lesson. I hope you'll get justice for me. Not far away, a woman also looked at that person and said. This woman was Heavenly Emperor Yuntang, causing that person to nod again, his expression even colder. He had a high social status in Champion University. He was one of the 10 celestial emperors. Apart from the 5 celestial emperors, he was one of the strongest celestial emperors. He was a silver, gold, and diamond cultivator. After a short time, it was the 7 emperors' turn. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' celestial emperors were similar to those of Champion University. Most of them were Di-Chi cultivators, not many Tian-Chi cultivators. The strongest Tian-Chi cultivators were level 4. Princess Huoling wasn't weak, she was level 3 Tian-Chi cultivators. She had also become stronger because of Lin Ling's isolated world. Alright. Good. Emperor Lisho nodded happily. Now, it was Lin Ling's turn to test his talent. Many people from the 3 legends of the human world were staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted to fight against the 5 celestial emperors. Now, they wanted to see if he had enough potential. At that moment, some people rejoiced in Lin Feng's misfortune. Some people were breathing rapidly. Some people looked ice-cold. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm, as if he was doing the most normal thing. When his hand touched the giant tower swayed. Ripples bloomed in the 3rd floor of the tower, and 3 lights shot out. SSSS. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their eyes widened. The 3rd floor of the pagoda represented the divine rank immortal body, and the 3 lights represented the 3rd grade of the divine rank. Impossible. Lin Ling, test it again. The Sky Sovereign from the ancient rhyme immortal platform roared. How could Lin Ling have a divine body? Lin Ling was also startled at this moment. However, he quickly understood that it was probably caused by the netherworld flame. He retracted his hand again and suppressed the netherworld flame in his soul. He hid it and then touched the giant pagoda. This time, however, the giant pagoda paused for a moment. Then, the lowest level of the pagoda blossomed with 10 lights. This represented an Earth-tier 10th grade talent. Seeing this scene, many people let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that they had made a mistake before. Lin Ling was actually an Earth stage 10th grade talent. An Earth-tier 10th grade talent dares to compete with the 5 heavenly monarchs. There's no suspense in this battle. This Lin Ling is too disappointing. I'm guessing that Lin Ling won't even be able to block a single move from Senior Xianyuan Nanfeng. Many people were talking to themselves. If Lin Ling's talent was too strong, they would feel great pressure. However, Lin Ling's talent was ordinary and almost at the bottom. Therefore, they felt relieved. At least, they believed that the heroes of the mortal world would be surpassed by them sooner or later. As for some diamond-level heavenly emperors, they only glanced at Lin Ling and didn't say much. Obviously, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Hearing those words, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them. The reason why he didn't release the netherworld flame was because there was no benefit to it. It was better to save it for a critical moment and use it to create an unexpected effect. Alright, those heavenly emperors whose talent is not up to standard are not allowed to enter the vine leaf world. At this time, the old man said faintly. Everyone advanced along the grief ridge. This time, it was extremely quiet. An indescribable atmosphere pervaded the air. It could affect the emotions of martial artists, but it had a strong supporting effect on some martial artists. For example, Dugu Konglei cultivated the path of sadness. The power of sadness allowed him to be more familiar with the power of laws. The grief ridge was filled with grey stones. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. It was close to 50 meters tall and 20 meters wide. Green liquid flowed out from the door frame, covering the space inside the door and emitting a resplendent light. We're here. Many heavenly emperors began to flicker. Lin Ling, the vine leaf world was discovered 1,000 years ago. It's also ranked second in the heavenly emperor mystic realm. This mystic realm is very dangerous. Beside Lin Ling, Bai Yun Tiandi tucked her fringe behind her ears, revealing her fair skin. Lin Ling was curious, ranked second. There are many mystic realms in the mortal world. There are hundreds of heavenly emperor mystic realms, but some are dangerous and some are simple. The vine leaf world is ranked second in the mystic realms. It's also the second most dangerous, but its hidden benefits are also ranked second. Like the true martial realm last time, it's also a heavenly emperor mystic realm, but it's ranked first. It's very difficult. Bai Yun Tiandi said. Lin Ling nodded. The true martial realm was actually very dangerous. It was just that the great Eastern Demon King did not interfere in the mortal world. Otherwise, many heavenly emperors would have died. The vine leaf world is a god's back garden. However, when it was first discovered, an expert discovered the evil Buddha lineage. This lineage is an evil demon from the desolate era. Bai Yun Tiandi said. No wonder I don't have any impression of the vine leaf world. Lin Ling nodded, startling the white-robed heavenly emperor. He didn't understand Lin Ling's meaning. In fact, Lin Ling's meaning was that Li Xiaoyao was also not familiar with the vine leaf world. The history of the mortal world is divided into near ancient, high ancient, ancient, and desolate era. The evil Buddha lineage that existed in desolate era was obviously very terrifying. However, the vine leaf world's void is unstable. After the first exploration, the experts who were too strong couldn't enter. Only heavenly emperors could. Near ancient, high ancient, ancient, desolate era. For great eras. High ancient should be the era of star-picking nation. High ancient should be the era of Li Xiaoyao thousands of years ago. And desolate era, it seems to be an era beyond Li Xiaoyao's knowledge. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Although Li Xiaoyao dominated an era, there were still many things in the world that Li Xiaoyao didn't know. It seemed like he had to find the statue that Li Xiaoyao left behind in the mortal world as soon as possible. Get lost. As Lin Ling and the others were talking, suddenly, ripples appeared in the air. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world all moved back. At that moment, a large number of strong cultivators walked past them. It was the celestial emperors of Champion University. The leader of the group was unstoppable. Surprisingly, he was a cultivator of the 3rd level of the Tian level. In the 7 emperors of the world, only a few people weren't pushed back by the qi, and Lin Ling was one of them. Not bad. You're only a earth-level cultivator and you can resist my qi, not bad. The leader of the group wasn't very tall, but he looked dignified and majestic. Mo Shang, what do you mean? Bai Yun Tiandi knew him. I'm just telling the 7 emperors of the world to be careful. Don't get killed in the vine leaf world, said the man indifferently. He continued leading the way. The celestial emperors of Champion University looked at Lin Ling evilly. Chapter 1781. Vine-leaved savage beast. Lin Ling ignored the man's provocation. He sensed that the man had the power of laws, and there were quite a few of them. He was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. My Yungu Immortal Foundation is the same. If we meet you in the vine leaf world, you will regret it. From afar, the Heaven Empyrean with the ancient Immortal Foundation also spoke. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly become a thorn in his side. Of course, it wasn't Lin Ling. Among the 3 great myths, there were many celestial emperors who had grudges against each other. It was just that Lin Ling had the most enemies. I'll accompany you. Sensing the hostility, Lin Ling muttered to himself and then stopped talking. Shameless boasting. Many people stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling's strength was not weak, but facing the top heavenly emperor, he still did not have the qualifications to be proud. That's one of the 10 great heavenly emperors, Mo Shang. His strength is only beneath the 5 great heavenly monarchs. After those experts left, Bai Yun Tiandi frowned and said, moreover, he's ranked 18th on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The Martial Pavilion Earth ranking? He hadn't challenged it for a long time, but he knew that the value of gold there was the highest. As for the Earth rankings, in the past, he could only look up to her. Who would have thought that she was getting closer and closer? Lin Ling, after the battle in the Forbidden City, many people guessed that you were ranked 3rd on the Upper Xian ranking. However, after you defeated Ji Yangjun, the Martial Pavilion guessed that you had entered the Lower Xian ranking. As for your rank, no one is sure. Moreover, you are the only Saint Rudiment realm on the Lower Xian ranking. Bai Yun Tiandi added. Big brother, so powerful. Xianyuan Jiu Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. Being able to enter the Earth list meant that one's strength was recognized. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only in the Saint realm. What if he stepped into the Wuxia realm? What about the rankings? The Earth Board is also a list of diamond-level heavenly emperors. The 5 great heavenly monarchs are at the top of the list. Among them, the southern Xianyuan Peak is ranked in the top 5. This is also the reason why everyone thinks that you can't win. Bai Yun Tiandi said again. Go in. Lin Ling was more or less familiar with the situation, so he waved his hand and said. He had entered the Earth role, but he was very curious about his ranking. He hoped to prove himself in the vine leaf world. Through the ancient gate, the crowd entered one after another. It was as if they were passing through water. When they reappeared, a dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. The area in front of them was like a primeval forest. Tall trees rose from the ground, and large amounts of vines intertwined like dragons. There were also countless exotic flowers and plants. The ground was covered with huge yellow leaves, giving people the feeling that they had come to the back garden of God. Roar, roar, roar. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. He knew that these were vine-leaf savage beasts. In the vine-leaf world, because it was a world of its own, there were many unknown savage beasts hidden. These savage beasts were neither demons nor devils, and were extremely terrifying. After looking around and not seeing Bai Yun Tiandi in the others, Lin Ling stepped forward. Tall trees blocked the sky. In addition to the dense spiritual energy, there was also the smell of decay. Lin Ling could not help but be more cautious. After walking for 2 hours, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in front of him. The light was faintly discernible, like a bright pearl. Lin Ling did not stop and continued forward. After a while, he saw a fist-sized fruit on top of a vine that looked like a giant tower. The fruit was as clear as crystal, and there were lightning snakes swimming around it. It looked extremely extraordinary. Lightning-patterned fruit. Lin Ling gasped. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, this was an extremely rare fruit. Those who consumed it could increase their lightning power. If they consumed a lot of it, they could even comprehend the law of lightning. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Lin Ling shook his head. He was good at space and fire, but he was not familiar with the lightning element. However, Lin Ling would not waste such a precious treasure. Even if it was not of great help, it would be good to gain some lightning power after consuming it. Even if it was not useful, he could still use it to trade. When Lin Ling walked forward, a terrifying shadow suddenly rushed down from the dense forest in the sky. A pair of lightning wings appeared and roared like thunder. It was actually a white tiger with lightning wings. The most frightening thing was that this white tiger was very fast and carried the law of lightning. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Electromagnetic white tiger." In Li Xiaoyao's memory, the electromagnetic white tiger was an existence that could not be underestimated. When it reached its peak, its strength could be comparable to Wusheng. Fortunately, this electromagnetic white tiger had not reached its peak yet. However, its speed was too fast for Lin Ling to defend himself. Dragon Claw. Lin Ling did not choose to dodge because he could not avoid the opponent's speed. He stretched out his left hand and the dragon claw roared. 7 claws erupted with the power of 2 universes. Coupled with the strength of his body, no one could stop him. Boom! The earth exploded and the wind blew the surrounding trees apart. Roar! The electromagnetic white tiger obviously did not expect this human to be so strong. It turned into lightning and disappeared again to attack Lin Ling from behind. Ancient God Emperor. Lin Ling shouted once more, and an entire 15 universes of his strength erupted. Presently, Lin Ling's natural talent seemed to be at the 10th grade of the Earth rank, yet it was actually at the 8th grade of the Heaven rank. If it wasn't for the fact that he was pressed for time, he could even break through to the 10th grade of the Heaven rank. Boom! The ancient God Emperor punched out and combined with the Dragon Claw, reaching a terrifying 17 universes of power. The white tiger was fast, but compared to Lin Ling, it was no match for Lin Ling. After colliding with Lin Ling, it was blasted into pieces, leaving behind a pair of wings that fell to the ground. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. If not for his increase in strength, dealing with this beast would be even more troublesome. Roar! At this time, another roar came from the trees in the sky, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. There were more electromagnetic white tigers. Obviously, those vine-leafed savage beasts were guarding the lightning-patterned fruit. Swish! 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 The power of laws bloomed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A total of 5 electromagnetic white tigers jumped down, their speed even faster than Lin Ling. Soaring Dragon Universe. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling erupted with the law of fire, causing the fire dragon to soar into the sky. Immediately, 2 of the white tigers were burned alive. The remaining 3 were even more ancient. They circled around the soaring flames and pounced on Lin Ling from the side, making it impossible for Lin Ling to block them. Swish! Swish! The terrifying power of thunder engulfed Lin Ling, turning the forest into a pool of lightning. However, within the lightning, Lin Ling's hair fluttered wildly and his eyes were cold. The lightning wrapped around his body but did not cause him any harm. This was an absolute defense. An 8th grade heaven rank ancient god emperor's defense was terrifying. Sword, come, freeze. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. Sword light flowed like water and froze time. One of the electromagnetic white tigers was unable to escape and was split in 2. The remaining 2 let out terrifying roars and turned into lightning before disappearing. Obviously, Lin Ling seemed to be in the saint realm, but he was so strong that even they were afraid of him. Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. If the fight continued, he would have to use his full strength and his trump card, soul power. This lightning-patterned fruit is really difficult to obtain. Chapter 1782. Was he ignoring Lin Ling? Cosmic energies, he must be a celestial emperor on the same level as Wu Sheng. Lin Ling said calmly. After becoming a martial saint, one would possess a source of ethereal power. Every move one made would contain the power of the natural order. However, this power of the natural order was useful against the weak. Against a cultivator of the same level, it all depended on the power of the natural order that they had comprehended. As long as he's not a celestial emperor under the emperor of Li Shou, he's an enemy. Said Lin Ling coldly. He knew that many people in the vine leaf world wanted him dead. Pa! Finally, a silhouette appeared in the forest. That person was tall and slender. He was wearing Champion University's robe and had lightning twinkling around him. He looked at the fruit on the tree and smiled, lightning fruits, perfect for me. If I eat them, I'll understand more lightning cosmic energies. Ha! That person burst into laughter. He was extremely excited. Your Excellency, I saw the fruit first. Said Lin Ling indifferently. This vine leaf world is worthy of being called God's back garden. Apart from the vine fruits that have to be handed over, all the other exotic flowers and herbs belong to us. That person laughed again, which made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. That person was ignoring him. Did he think the lightning mark fruit was his? Lin Ling didn't feel like talking anymore. Let that person finish talking to himself. Sure enough, that person kept talking to himself and was extremely happy. After a long time, he looked at Lin Ling. In his eyes, a young man in a blue and white robe stood there, holding an ancient sword. His long hair fluttered, and his aura was extremely extraordinary. Of course, he could see that the young man was just a saint. Piss off. That person indifferently spat out a sentence. I killed a few electromagnetic white tigers to get the fruit, and you want me to piss off? Said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. You think you can kill electromagnetic white tigers? Not bad. That person finally looked at Lin Ling. His eyes twinkled and he said, You look familiar. Are you Lin Ling from the 7 Emperors? Lin Ling was one of the mortal world's 3 great legends. In the hearts of many heavenly emperors, Lin Ling's strength was not strong, but his personality was extremely proud, daring to not fear the mortal world's titans above their heads. Therefore, many heavenly emperor powerhouses had long wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Besides, Lin Ling had many enemies, so many people knew Lin Ling and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Not bad at all. I hadn't thought that I, Ji Ning, would be so lucky. Not only did I get a thunderbolt fruit, but I also killed Lin Ling, ha ha ha. Killing Lin Ling is a great reward in some powerful groups, even in Champion University. Celestial emperors have a whole new level of respect for you. In his heart, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Everybody knew how strong Lin Ling was. He had defeated Ji Yangjun. Ordinary Wuxia cultivators couldn't compete with him, but he was stronger than Ji Yangjun, so he was confident. Lin Ling was still calmly listening to him. He didn't look surprised at all. Ji Ning didn't know that he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Lin Ling, but that Lin Ling had been waiting for him the whole time. What's your ranking on the list? Finally, Lin Ling uttered softly. You can't look up to me. I'm the 182nd Celestial Emperor. Said Ji Ning indifferently. I thought you were ranked very high, that's why you were so confident. However, you're only 182nd, I don't know where you get your confidence from. Lin Ling said coldly, causing Ning to stare blankly for a moment. His face grew even colder. Then you will know now. Boom. After he finished speaking, he attacked forcefully. Terrifying lightning power bloomed. Thunder dragons roared, and all the plants in the vicinity fell down in fear. Heaven tier. This was the pressure of a heaven tier. In front of my talent, are you, Lin Ling, qualified to speak? I can tell you that I have a second-grade heaven tier talent, Lightning King physique. Boom. Amidst the aura of endless thunder, Ning took a single step forward, using his innate talent to suppress Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was like an immovable wisdom king. The ancient god the Arch appeared behind him and was as steady as Mount Tai. He said indifferently, ranked 182nd, your strength is indeed a little weak. What? Ji Ning was shocked. During the test, Lin Ling was only an Earth tier talent. How could he not be afraid of his Heaven tier talent? You have some skills, but that's all. Lightning Dragon Imprisoning Palm. Terrifying lightning exploded. Ji Ning's eyes turned white. The lightning law appeared violently and turned into a twisting lightning snake palm, fiercely slapping at Lin Ling. This was the power of law, and it contained two laws. Lin Ling, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Facing a diamond tier celestial the Arch, you're still too weak. Now that you've met my palm, which is the fusion of my talent and law, you can only be electrocuted to pieces. But if I kill you, I'll become a hero of the human world and make all the celestial thearchs look at me in a new light. Ji Ning let out a long roar accompanied by that terrifying palm. His aura was extremely ferocious. You think too much. However, facing that palm, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. The sword in his right hand maintained a forward thrust. The sword light was like cold moonlight. The moment it slashed out, time froze. At the same time, Lin Ling's dragon claw fiercely slapped out. The power of law erupted, and the underworld flame was chanting. Boom! The claw collided with the palm, and it was like thunder and fire. The next moment, Ji Ning stepped back with horror on his face. Lin Ling had two laws, and they were fused into an attack. First, he used his sword to freeze time. Then, the fire law erupted, and in the midst of the frozen lightning, Ji Ning's lightning law collapsed. This Lin Ling was stronger than the rumors said. That's all you've got. I don't understand why you ignored me after coming here. Lin Ling took a step forward. Like the moon in the water, his dragon claw fiercely slashed out. Ji Ning's expression changed drastically, and he felt ashamed. He did ignore Lin Ling before because Lin Ling was only a saint. But now, he knew that he was not qualified to ignore him. Everlasting Battery. Facing Lin Ling's raging dragon claw, Ji Ning obviously did not have time to use his power of law, because he only controlled two laws. He was stronger than Lin Ling because his talent was more powerful. Boom! The lightning pool appeared, and it could kill any Saint Realm powerhouse. However, this did not include Lin Ling. Lin Ling's dragon claw was like a dragon flying in the sky. It rushed through the lightning pool and landed heavily on Ji Ning's chest, sending him flying. Physical strength. After crashing to the ground, Ji Ning's expression changed drastically. In terms of the power of law, Lin Ling was not weaker than him. In terms of talent, his talent was useless against Lin Ling. In terms of source energy, Lin Ling defeated 3 intelligences. You want to kill me with such strength? Become a hero of the human world. Make the other heavenly emperors look at you differently. Chapter 1783. Forest battle. Now, do you still dare to ignore me? Lin Ling's voice was so loud that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ji Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, turned into lightning, and fled into the distance. Lin Ling, you definitely don't have an earth-level talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. You have hidden your strength well, but I will tell the celestial emperors about your strength so that they won't underestimate you. You are dead. His speed was extremely fast, but his heart was raging with anger. First, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling like a clown. Second, he had encountered the lightning pattern fruit, but he had been suppressed by Lin Ling, so he hadn't been able to get the treasure. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. Can you escape? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't chase because the speed of lightning was very fast. This talent wasn't any weaker than the space domain, so he could only use his soul power. Maple snow depressing blade. 100 small knives shot forward with majestic speed. Wherever they passed, the tall trees all withered. At this moment, Ji Ning was using his talent to crazily weave through the forest. He sneered. This Lin Ling is everyone's enemy. Today, I met him here, so I must tell the stronger celestial emperors that Lin Ling will die in the Vine Leaf World. The Vine Leaf World doesn't have the Li Shou Emperor or the Divine Martial Realm suppressing beast. Lin Ling will definitely die. Yes, that's it. Before Lin Ling dies, I must be there and let him know who killed him. His sneer was getting stronger. However, this sneer quickly froze. A terrifying soul power enveloped him, causing his body to tremble. He turned his head and saw the sky change color. 100 frightening small knives shot toward him. At that moment, he felt an irresistible feeling, and a large number of thoughts appeared in his mind. Lin Ling had actually been hiding such a terrifying technique up his sleeve. If he had used this trump card from the very beginning, Ning would have died long ago. Lin Ling's strength must be around the top 100 of the Earth list. No. Ji Ning made a sound of unwillingness. He deeply regretted meeting Lin Ling this time. Perhaps he shouldn't have ignored Lin Ling from the very beginning. Swoosh! 100 soul force knives flew past, cutting down Buddha annihilation. In the forest, Ji Ning's body stopped. He stood there with an expressionless face, but his soul had completely collapsed. After a long time, several figures came out from the forest. When they saw the dead Ji Ning, their faces turned cold. Ji Ning told us that he saw Lin Ling. I didn't expect that Ji Ning would be dead by the time we arrived, said one of the women, frowning. It was Celestial Emperor Yuntang. She hated Lin Ling to the core. Therefore, when she was in Champion University, she had told anyone who saw Lin Ling to tell her that she wanted to kill Lin Ling in the Vine Leaf World. Lin Ling isn't simple. Ji Ning is a diamond-level Celestial Emperor. He's not weak. He's ranked 180 on the Earth list. Look around, there are no traces of a battle. It means that Ji Ning was killed while he was running away. Not just any Celestial Emperor can make a 180 on the Earth list run away, said one of the men coldly. The others' expressions changed. Lin Ling was that strong. They had thought that Lin Ling had defeated Wu Sheng, but he was only as strong as Wu Sheng. However, that's all there is to it. Right now, the ancient Ji family, the Xianyuan clan, the Yi clan, and the Eternal Palace have all secretly issued rewards for killing Lin Ling. The rewards are bountiful, so he must be killed. Indeed, we're all diamond-level celestial emperors. Only one of us is weaker than Ji Ning. If we join hands, killing Lin Ling won't be difficult. Celestial Emperor Tsang Yun, use your celestial whirlpool eyes to find Lin Ling. There were 9 celestial emperors in total. Some of them turned into clouds, some turned into streams of water and shot towards the forest. On the other side of the forest, after Lin Ling harvested the lightning-patterned fruit, he immediately moved forward. But soon, his expression changed. His soul force detected a large number of powerhouses rushing towards him. Their auras were terrifying, as if the laws of heaven and earth were pressing down on him. This made Lin Ling realize that these people were not to be underestimated among diamond-level celestial emperors. They were much stronger than Ji Yangjun. Catoptric deflection. Lin Ling quickly moved through the forest, covering a distance of 1,000 miles each time. However, the strong cultivators behind him were so talented that they weren't shaken off by Lin Ling. 1,000-mile crane. In the distance, a scholarly youth folded a paper crane with both hands and waved it in the air. His talent was extremely strange. It seemed that as long as something was folded by both hands, it would turn into a real thing. A paper crane flew out faster than them. With a single wing, it could travel 100,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Lin Ling's path and kept exploding. Obviously, this talent was too heaven-defying, so it had a flaw. It was the time limit. However, this was enough. When the void in front of him kept exploding, Lin Ling's path was clearly blocked. Those explosions lasted for a few breaths, but to a strong cultivator, a few breaths were enough to change everything. Around the forest, 9 figures slowly walked out. They had caught up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling stared at one of them and said coldly, "Celestial Emperor Yuntang." Celestial Emperor Yuntang exhaled lightly and said, "There are many people who want to kill you. It's just that I'm the most anxious. Of course, Princess Wuxia is also one of them, but she can't enter here. I've replaced her." That's right. In the outside world, because of the 7 emperors' identities as heroes of the human world, we don't dare to touch you. But here, we don't have so many scruples. Lin Ling, you don't seem to be able to cause any big waves now. One of the youths tilted his head and smiled. The other people also revealed killing intent in their eyes. In the vine leaf world, there were many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they were the first to find Lin Ling. Are you so sure that you can kill me? However, what surprised Celestial Emperor Yuntang and the others was that Lin Ling was very calm, as if he didn't know that his great calamity was approaching. This made everyone laugh mockingly. Lin Ling was indeed a genius. He had become a Celestial Emperor for a very short time, but he had already stepped into the diamond level. Unfortunately, if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to win. But if the 9 of them worked together, even the top 50 experts on the Earth board wouldn't be able to stop them. I'll let you see our talent. Black light descends. One of the thin women said coldly. Her talent was 2nd grade heaven rank. After it was released, the forest turned into darkness. Moreover, there was a light enveloping it, causing black armor to appear on the bodies of Celestial Emperor Yuntang and the others. My talent is very heaven-defying. Even if it's trash, I can turn him into an expert. The thin woman smiled proudly. There weren't many Celestial Emperors who entered the vine leaf world this time. Ordinary Celestial Emperors were all eliminated. Those who remained were the elites of the elites. These 9 people were clearly all elite geniuses. Darkness descended. Other than Celestial Emperor Yuntang and the others had already lost their 6 senses. Moreover, Celestial Emperor Yuntang and the others were protected by the darkness, their defense was stronger. Very heaven-defying talent. Chapter 1784. Heaven-defying talent. It's too late to know now. I can only say that you, Lin Ling, think you have some ability, so you ignored us. You don't know, you're just an ant. In the darkness, the thin woman's voice floated out. I'm indeed an ant, but killing you is not difficult. Humph, Lin Ling said indifferently. Since you say you're so powerful, then try to break my talent. The woman laughed disdainfully. At this time, the darkness surged like a tide, sword light flashed, and in the next moment, a murderous figure appeared behind the woman, a sword hanging on her neck. Now, you're still so confident? Humph, a voice like the netherworld floated over, making the woman tremble. Lin Ling found her in the darkness. Your talent is very heaven-defying, the dark element can block any fluctuation, breathing, spiritual energy, life force, and even yin and yang energy. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. The one who appeared behind the woman was Lin Ling. The woman trembled even more. Her talent was very heaven-defying, but this was the first time it was seen through. She said unwillingly, "You're talking nonsense." Nonsense. She didn't think that with Lin Ling's knowledge, it was impossible for him to know her secret. Unfortunately, she didn't know. Lin Ling's knowledge was indeed unknown, but what about Li Xiaoyao? Soul fluctuations can never be avoided. I can find your soul fluctuations in the darkness. Humph, Lin Ling spat out a word, sword light flashed. Plop. A head fell down, and the sky sovereign fell. The surrounding darkness suddenly disappeared like a tide, and the remaining 8 people all appeared, staring at Lin Ling. You killed the Black Clan's spirit disc. Humph, surprised voices sounded at the same time. Her talent is not bad, it can greatly increase your defense. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that she can increase your defense. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, and the 8 people all stopped breathing. What kind of courage could remain calm in such a situation? This Lin Ling was worthy of being called a genius among geniuses. That's right, Lin Ling's words had pointed out the weakness of the Black tribe. However, how could an ordinary person find such a weakness in a situation where they were surrounded? The tree of talent surpasses the heavens and the earth. Her fruit should be on the dark side. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the more heaven-defying a talent is, the greater its weakness. Lin Ling raised his sword, making the 8 people's faces even more serious. Under the joint attack of the 9 of them, Lin Ling was still able to kill one of them. It must be said that Lin Ling should be proud of himself. What about your talent? What were the flaws? At first, the young man let out a cold shout, his hands forming a complicated seal. Only I am in heaven and earth, I want to seal the sky command. The mysterious aura emanated out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. Then he sensed the aura enveloping him. Suddenly, a familiar name rose up in his mind. The Grasshead Clan, he said. You're quite knowledgeable. That's right, I'm a member of the Grasshead Clan. I can cast beans to turn into soldiers and break grass into humans. Right now, I've already folded you like straw paper. The young man sneered. Urgent as the law, only I am in heaven and earth, seal the sky command. His talent was extremely ancient. Li Xiaoyao had also seen it back then. It was a kind of immortal-like talent that could fold all things in heaven and earth, including humans. This was an extremely heaven-defying talent. However, this kind of talent had 2 major flaws. First, people with this kind of talent had very weak physical bodies. Second, if they encountered experts with stronger talent than them, they would receive feedback. The young man wanted to fold Lin Ling to death, but a terrifying force immediately came back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He said with a shocked expression, "He's not an Earth-ranked talent, he's definitely a Heaven-ranked talent." What? Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the others sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling hid his talent. The previous test was incorrect. He wants us to be careless. What a sinister heart. One of the women frowned. Right now, everyone thought that Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, but Lin Ling's talent was actually very terrifying. In this way, Lin Ling could catch the enemy off guard and kill them. Sinister. Lin Ling sneered. First, he didn't want to deliberately hide his talent. Second, even if he hid his talent, he didn't come to deal with these people. He came to deal with the 5 heavenly monarchs, Xianyuan Nanfeng. You are not qualified for me to scheme against. Lin Ling moved, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Time freeze. This sword happened extremely quickly. Although the time was frozen was very short, it allowed Lin Ling to appear in front of the Grasshead clan's youth. Die. With a slash of the sword, another powerful heavenly emperor fell. The Grasshead clan's talent was heaven-defying, but their defense was indeed not strong. Everything counters each other. There will never be an invincible talent, so my talent doesn't have any advantage, but its defense is strong enough. Lin Ling's powerful aura bloomed. The ancient god emperor descended, turning him into an undefeatable god of war as he pounced on the remaining 7 people. I agree with your view. Although their talent is heaven-defying, their weakness is also great. However, we are really strong. Kill. The remaining 7 people also erupted with auras that soared into the sky, and the power of laws bloomed. 10,000 Magnet Fist, my talent can break any divine weapon. A powerful heavenly emperor punched out. Around the fist, majestic ripples spread out, causing all the stones on the ground to float up as if they were magnets. Lin Ling's sword also trembled at this moment as if it was being controlled, causing Lin Ling's gaze to change. He quickly put away the sword in his hand, and a dragon claw appeared, slapping out mightily. Rumble. The power of fire erupted, and the power of laws gushed out. Clang. The dragon claw and the 10,000 magnet fist collided, and the heavenly emperor's expression changed. He knew that Lin Ling had the power of the law of fire, but after the collision, he realized that Lin Ling's law of fire was more terrifying than he imagined. This meant that Lin Ling's talent in fire was also not weak. Let me help you. 100 Poison Barrier. A woman behind him floated up and opened her hands. All the poisonous creatures in the ancient forest shot towards Lin Ling like darts. These poisonous creatures were extremely terrifying. There were spiders and scorpions. If he was careless, he would not be able to fight anymore. This person was clearly proficient in poison. In the mortal world, she was the disciple of the 5 poison primordial spirit Xian Di. Sure enough, none of the people here were weak. At this moment, Lin Ling had already broken the 10,000 magnet fist, so he could use his sword. He slashed out with his right hand, and a terrifying force formed a storm, forcefully stopping the poisonous creatures from attacking. Divine Treasury Scriptures. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang also floated up, her face having a solemn look, silently reciting something. Immediately, the surroundings around Lin Ling's body became extremely heavy, as if he was carrying more than a dozen great mountains. Kill him. He's already trapped in the swamp by me. Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang's eyes had a crazed look. She must kill Lin Ling. Ancient Divine Emperor, the heavens cannot trap, the earth cannot suppress, break for me. Lin Ling reared his head back and roared. All the strength in his body erupted, and cracking sounds rang out. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling actually charged out of the bindings of that power. How terrifying. This guy's physical body has probably reached the power of 12 universes, or even higher. Chapter 1785. Escape, go to hell for me. Lin Ling's expression became even colder, akin to an emperor, akin to a peerless sword god. He could not be considered to have deep enmity with these people, but these people insisted on killing him. Everything was for the sake of fame. After killing him, they could become the mortal world's hero. Fame, one word, could make people lose their reason. But since they dared to come and kill, then let's see how they kill. Lin Ling distorted space and appeared in front of Heavenly Emperor Yuntang. Dragon claws carried a flaming storm vortex, grabbing at Heavenly Emperor Yuntang tightly. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's expression immediately changed drastically. She did not expect that Lin Ling was so fierce. She hurriedly displayed the divine treasures above her head, attempting to block Lin Ling's attack. I'll help you. The other heavenly emperors made a move one after another at the critical moment. Even if they disregarded morality, disregarded honor, they also wanted to kill Lin Ling. World, I cut. Major Thousand Boundless Palm. These heavenly emperors all had laws on them. At this moment, all of them slammed onto Lin Ling's dragon claws. Rumble. The entire forest turned to ashes. All of the ancient trees turned to ashes at this moment. The clash of heavenly emperor powerhouses was horrifying. Of course, the truly terrifying one was still Lin Ling facing several powerhouses attacking. Lin Ling only spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, but he did not die. This guy. The expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses became even more solemn. Was this still the Lin Ling who was at the mercy of others? They thought that Lin Ling's strength was merely thus. But now, they discovered that Lin Ling was actually growing in secret. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than the rumors in the outside world. Absolute defense, this talent is too heaven-defying, kill him. That's right, no matter how strong his defense is, after his aura weakened, it's absolutely impossible to block our attacks anymore. Those heavenly emperor's pupils were all red. The harder Lin Ling was to deal with, the more they wanted to kill. Because a death grudge was already sowed. If Lin Ling did not die, with that frenzied drive, the ones who died in the future would be them. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was flying backwards. He sneered and immediately flew into the distance. He was not so stupid as to clash head-on with those heavenly emperors. After all, in terms of cultivation level, everyone there was stronger than him. If they really had to fight force with force, that would be when he broke through his cultivation level. He's running away. Chase him. Seeing Lin Ling leave in a carefree manner, Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest roared with ugly expressions. They had so many people besieged and actually failed. This kind of thing absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Wind strike. And right at this moment, a large number of clones appeared in front. At this moment, they were all staring at Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest with a cold smile. These were all Lin Ling's clones. Bastard. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest knew that those clones could not stop them, but they could give Lin Ling enough time to escape. Kill. The heavenly emperors pounced over. And in front, Lin Ling's blue robes fluttered. Every time he appeared, he could be 1,000 miles away, rapidly rushing forward. But his expression was still calm, without any panic. The current him was not afraid of those heavenly emperors. But continuing to fight would only attract even more powerhouses. This was not a situation that Lin Ling wanted to see. He lacked time at the moment. As long as his God-fiend overlord body stepped into a new realm, he would be able to easily obliterate those heavenly emperors. After all, with the advancement of his God-fiend overlord body, his Yellow Springs flames could also fully unleash its power. Therefore, he had to find a safe place and smoothly break through. An endless black mountain range appeared in front of him. It was silent, and there were dark clouds drifting out. Upon closer inspection, those were actually insects, countless insects. The most terrifying thing was that when those insects sensed Lin Ling, they actually filled the sky and flew towards him. Dragon soaring universe. Boom. Lin Ling frowned. In the vine leaf world, no savage beast could be underestimated. Therefore, for safety's sake, he immediately erupted with the law of fire. Roar! The fire dragon roared out. What was surprising was that those insects were not afraid of the flames. They still swept over and made a scalp-numbing sound. What are these poisonous insects? Roar! Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. There was not much time left for him to hesitate. Maple Snow Depressing Blade. Roar! Lin Ling pushed out the remaining soul force. This time, those insects actually circled around Lin Ling and then pounced on the heavenly emperors behind Lin Ling. It's the poison soul insect, one of the world's poisonous creatures. It mainly devours souls. Roar! Lin Ling moved forward again. When the poisonous insects approached, Li Xiaoyao's memories helped him recognize those terrifying insects. Those insects were extremely powerful. In Li Xiaoyao's memories, there was once a martial artist who used his own body as a goo to cultivate those insects. Once they were born, they were invincible in the world and dominated the world. They were called insect emperors. Unfortunately, such a powerhouse met his nemesis in the end and fell. And on Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's side, someone let out a cry of horror. Then, he fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, his entire body trembled in pain. He dug his face. And in his soul and brain, a large number of insects were crawling, devouring everything. This scene was undoubtedly shocking, making Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest tremble in fear. They immediately retreated, then landed on a mountain range behind them. Only then did they let out a light breath, but their expressions were extremely ugly, even with a hint of malevolence. Another heavenly emperor fell. This Lin Ling was so difficult to kill. This Lin Ling's talent was ordinary during the previous test. Who knew that he hid his talent? All of us were deceived. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang shouted in a low voice. Lin Ling's combat power was very strong. This was a well-known fact. Fortunately, Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, so many people did not pay attention to him. But now, they knew that all of that was fake. Then what now? Someone said with a frown. Wait for him here. Even if we don't want the vine fruit, we have to kill him. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang said coldly. The death grudge had already been sowed. With Lin Ling's personality, he would definitely kill them in the future. Perhaps, he might die in the mouths of those strange insects. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Those few heavenly emperors were still waiting there quietly, giving Lin Ling a fatal blow at any time. At this moment, Lin Ling was still heading forward. It was just that, just as he rushed past the sea of insects, buzzing sounds came from ahead. Looking around, the sea of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth attacked again. There were even more than before. The scene was extremely spectacular. Your Majesty, enter the Purple Mansion immediately. Purple Elder's anxious voice came, and Lin Ling nodded. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the Emerald Tower. Then, the Emerald Tower fell from the sky, but it was still entangled by a large number of poisonous insects that wanted to devour the Emerald Tower. In the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling appeared. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. There were too many poisonous insects. Even an expert like Xian Di would die here. This vine leaf world was indeed terrifying. Right now, he needed to increase his strength even more. The peerless divine sword is about to be born. Then, Lin Ling appeared in the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, Divine Weapon Palace. He stared at the sword embryo that was erupting with a violent aura, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. In front of him, 100-meter-wide spiritual energy shield sat in the starry sky. He could vaguely see the shape of a sword in the spiritual energy shield. However, the space around the spiritual energy shield was constantly cracking and then fusing together. This showed how terrifying that sword was. Chapter 1786. 10th Grade Heaven Realm. This vine leaf world was invited by Emperor Li Shou. I shouldn't have come, but there are merit points. For the sake of my future plans, I shouldn't miss out on them. But now, I have time to make another breakthrough. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took out all of the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid and began to inscribe spirit formation runes. Aside from being used for cultivation, these spirit formation runes could also be used for recovery and healing. In the martial god realm, these spirit formation runes were the most commonly used spirit formation runes. All of the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid formed a barrier rune that was 100 meters wide. Complex runes appeared in the starry sky, blooming with dazzling light. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the middle, absorbing the mysterious energy within. At the same time, Lin Ling's essence, energy, and spirit domains were slowly increasing. The barrier runes were 100 times more effective than the half-saint's essence liquid. Gentle energy assaulted him, as if it was the most mysterious energy in the world. Lin Ling felt like roaring towards the sky. Inside his body, the small world crazily erupted. Even a strand of his hair and fingernail had awakened a small world. Pop! 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 Every time a small world erupted, Lin Ling's strength crazily increased. From 15 universes of strength, it quickly rushed to 16 universes of strength. A terrifying ancient god aura blasted out. In the distance, Purple Elder looked at Lin Ling with excitement. In the current world, Lin Ling was the only successor of the star-picking nation. Now, the star-picking Great Emperor's fiend god overlord body had once again descended, restoring the glory of the past. One had to know that in ancient times, there were many people who cultivated the fiend god overlord body. However, there were very few who could step into the 7th layer. This was because this cultivation technique became more and more difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Now, Lin Ling had stepped into a new realm. This 5-wood heaven-shattering array is indeed powerful. If His Majesty relied on the half-saint's essence liquid, who knows how long it would take him to step into the 7th layer. Purple Elder said excitedly. Boom! Behind Lin Ling, the ancient god Venerable descended. He was tall and mighty like a Vajra, but he also had the aura of an invincible god of war. As for Lin Ling, he was still cultivating. Besides the fact that his godly devil overlord physique had reached the 7th layer, his soul force had also increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached the 183rd level, a total of 3 levels. Don't underestimate these 3 levels. For many people with soul force, they wouldn't even have the chance to increase 1 level in their entire life. Lin Ling's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the Saint realm, only 1 step away from Wuxia's realm. In his dantian, the power of the Saint Ocean was like a monstrous wave that kept rolling. It showed signs of transforming into the source of void power. However, after all the boundary runes dimmed, the crazy increase finally came to an end. Lin Ling was only a sliver away from Wuxia's realm. Wuxia's realm is no small matter. If the power needed to break through is insufficient, then I won't be able to step into it for the rest of my life. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. He was so close to stepping into a stronger world. However, he had a feeling that the paper window was not far away. 16 universes of power, plus the dragon claw, a total of 18 universes of power. Lin Ling stood up. The aura around his body was terrifying. His power had actually formed a powerful law. Boom! Lin Ling punched out and another world appeared in the starry sky. It shattered like glass. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Who said that physical body cultivation was useless? The scene before him had already proven everything. Because the strength of his physical body was so great that it directly broke through the void and formed a one-dimensional space. One-dimensional space meant that the power of the punch had reached another world. That was why the spatial fragments had scenes of another world. From another perspective, this was a power stronger than the spatial distortions, spatial gaps, spatial storms, and black hole vortexes in the spatial domain. And this power was also the power of law. Heaven and earth had laws, and the universe had laws. A punch could form the power of law. This showed how much Lin Ling's strength had increased. After all, the current Lin Ling had not reached Wu Xing's realm. Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling shouted again. On his finger, a white flame finally appeared. It burned like a ghost flame and had a mysterious color. Right now, he could finally use the Yellow Springs flame easily. Although Lin Ling currently controlled a law of fire, the Yellow Springs flame was one of the heaven and earth divine flames. Therefore, the law of fire he controlled was stronger than ordinary people's law. The power of the Yellow Springs flame is definitely not limited to this. Lin Ling felt the flame in his hand. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His face was filled with surprise. Other than the powerful law of fire, the soul of anyone who was burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame was controlled by Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted that soul to enter reincarnation. If Lin Ling did not allow it, the soul could only follow Lin Ling. This was the power of the Yellow Springs flame. It allowed Lin Ling to transform into the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. And the most terrifying thing was that those souls that were controlled had 50% of their strength from their previous life. For example, if Lin Ling killed a powerhouse on the level of Xian Di, even if that soul only had 50% of its strength left, it would still be a terrifying existence among titled heavenly emperors. In this way, Lin Ling would probably have a Yellow Springs army. Most importantly, that powerhouse would never be able to resist Lin Ling. The power of the Yellow Springs flame was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. My fiend god overlord physique has one-dimensional space, but the peerless divine sword is even stronger. When it was born, it had 10-dimensional space. This means that I actually have 11 space laws in the space domain, and this is just the beginning. Now that the peerless divine sword has been reforged, I'm afraid its power will not be limited to this. After putting away the Yellow Springs flame, Lin Ling thought of another key point and could not help but become excited. The peerless divine sword was probably stronger than he imagined. Your Majesty, if you don't control such a divine sword well, there will be signs of the void collapsing around your Majesty's body at any time. Purple Elder reminded. The peerless divine sword was too strong, but if the wielder was not the strongest in the space domain, then it would be difficult to control it. I know this, but I only need to forge a scabbard. Lin Ling nodded. With the seal of the scabbard, the peerless divine sword would not cause the void to collapse at any time. Think about it, when Lin Ling held the peerless divine sword in his hand, but before the sword was drawn, the space around Lin Ling's body would split open. This would not be of any help to Lin Ling, so he needed a scabbard. This time, my strength has greatly increased. Heaven rank 10th grade talent, 5 elements power, fiend god power, yin and yang power, I will be immune to them. Lin Ling smiled faintly and left with large strides. Outside the Jade Pagoda, a large number of poisonous insects were entangled. However, in the next moment, as if they had met their natural enemy, the poisonous insects retreated like a tide. Lin Ling walked out of the Zifu. Previously, he had released his soul force to make the poisonous insects retreat. Soul force was the key to repelling the poisonous insects. Then, Lin Ling looked at the mountain in front of him. No one would dare to approach that area. Perhaps there would be many vine fruits, but before that, it was time to deal with those pursuers. Chapter 1787. Counterattack. Lin Ling is probably dead. If we continue, it'll be difficult for us to get more vine fruits. Those poisonous insects have already left. Let's go closer to the Black Mountain Range and look for more. That's a good idea. 9 of them had come to kill Lin Ling and now there were only 6 left. Therefore, when they thought about Lin Ling, they felt uncomfortable. Celestial Emperor Iron Leaf, Celestial Emperor Freeze, go and see, said Celestial Emperor Yuntang calmly. 2 of the Celestial Emperors nodded and left the mountain range. At that moment, Celestial Emperor Yuntang nodded at the people next to her. Die. The Celestial Emperors looked furious. They released cosmic energies and attacked the 2 Celestial Emperors by surprise. One of the 2 Celestial Emperors was from the ancient Celestial Platform and the other one was from the Celestial Emperors of Champion University. The most important thing was that Celestial Emperor Yuntang and the others had wasted a lot of time and they hadn't obtained many vine fruits. Therefore, they wanted to share the vine fruits with the 2 Celestial Emperors. Celestial Emperor Yuntang, what are you doing? The 2 Celestial Emperors were severely injured, but they didn't understand what was going on. You have a lot of vine fruits, it's useless for you to keep them. Why don't you give them to me? Said Celestial Emperor Yuntang indifferently. She stretched out her hand and put her hair behind her ear. The 2 Celestial Emperors' expressions changed drastically. They smiled wryly and said, you should know that we like you. If you want the vine fruits, just tell us. Why kill us? That's just a lie, said Celestial Emperor Yuntang shaking her head. She didn't believe him. Maybe she had asked him to help her because she wanted to use him. Die. You talk too much. The Celestial Emperors next to her attacked again and killed the 2 Celestial Emperors. Lin Ling is probably dead. Let's leave, said the Celestial Emperors to Celestial Emperor Yuntang. They wanted to leave, so they killed the 2 Celestial Emperors. Another ungrateful slut. No wonder you and Princess Fireglow are together. You both have some strength, so you play with other people's ugly women. However, right at this moment, an icy cold voice drifted over from the ground ahead. Under their gazes, a young man in a blue and white robe walked over slowly. It was Lin Ling. The pupils of Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest turned intent. Lin Ling actually did not die. One had to know that the poison soul insects were extremely powerful and impossible to guard against. They also had to avoid the sharp edge, but Lin Ling came out alive. Hee hee, you're really lucky. After Heavenly Emperor Yuntang was surprised, he immediately started laughing. Lin Ling did not die, but he should not appear before his eyes again. Because this was courting death. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her, but he looked at the people beside Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and shook his head coolly. Very pitiful people. Today, Heavenly Emperor Yuntang can obliterate those 2 people. Tomorrow, she can definitely obliterate you. You guys are actually working for her, lamentable. Lin Ling, you're trying to sow discord. Looks like you're not confident in your strength, so you use such a scheme. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang froze for a moment, as if knowing Lin Ling's goal, and shook her head disdainfully. While the few people beside her started laughing coldly and said coolly, want to make us kill each other, then you can take advantage of the fisherman. Unfortunately, this kind of instigation has no use. They also thought that Lin Ling knew that he was not a match, so he sowed discord between them. At this moment, Lin Ling leaped up from the front and also landed on the mountain range. He said with a cold expression, instigation. I still have this kind of interest, I just feel sorry for you guys. When useful, you guys are cannon fodder. When useless, you guys are betrayed. Such a woman, you guys are actually still together with her, it's indeed very pitiful. Being able to work for Heavenly Emperor Yuntang, this is our honor. As for death, only trash will die, and we're not trash. Among those few people, a young man said with a cold smile. The meaning of his words was that people without value could die, but they were valuable and would never die. Therefore, they would also not be betrayed by Heavenly Emperor Yuntang. So confident? Then next, you'll see how you guys die for this woman. The sword in Lin Ling's hand was pulled out. Ancient God Empyrean descended, no longer talking nonsense, turning into a terrifying sword, slashing out with its sharpness exposed. Previously, you guys hunted me down very happily, right? Now, all go to hell for me. The sword came out like water, the void exploded. You shouldn't appear again, because against me, your divine weapon is useless. Among the few heavenly emperors, that heavenly emperor with magnetic talent sneered and punched out. While heavenly emperor Yuntang and the others sneered, this time, they definitely could not let Lin Ling escape again. Clang! Fist and sword collided, a storm swept out. I said before, any divine weapon is useless against me, could it be that you're deaf? That heavenly emperor who punched out shouted coldly. He easily blocked Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling did not reveal a surprised look and said indifferently, previously, I just didn't want to cripple this sword, but now, it has no choice but to cripple it because my strength is too great, causing the divine weapon to be unable to accommodate my strength. Die! Clang! Lin Ling swung his sword, and the sword in his hand immediately broke, turning into sparkling fragments, causing the expressions of Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the others to change drastically. They knew that Lin Ling was holding a divine weapon, but at this moment, the divine weapon was also broken. This meant that when he clashed with that Heavenly Emperor earlier, Lin Ling did not use his full strength. The reason was that Lin Ling was somewhat reluctant to part with that sword. However, the sword was no longer suitable for Lin Ling, so when Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, the sword would definitely break. This also meant that Lin Ling did not use his full strength previously, and what was ironic was that the Heavenly Emperor who was fighting with Lin Ling was extremely proud. What? The expression of the Heavenly Emperor who was fighting with Lin Ling changed drastically. He sensed that Lin Ling's strength was even more terrifying than before. Bang! The broken sword floated everywhere. Lin Ling smacked a palm out, the power of 18 universes erupting, causing those sword fragments to shoot out like a storm, piercing through that Heavenly Emperor's body, falling to the ground, directly dying. Hiss! Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest sucked in a cold breath. Not long ago, Lin Ling was not their match. But now, he easily killed a Heavenly Emperor, and it was just one move. Their hearts exploded like a bomb at this moment, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of them. I said before, you all are very pitiful. For a woman, all of you died. Now, you should know what it means, right? After killing a Heavenly Emperor, Lin Ling looked at the remaining people and said. Taking a step forward, the aura of an ancient god Empyrean erupted without holding back at all, crushing these Heavenly Emperors with talent. Rumble. Ancient god Empyrean descended, bronze skin, ice-cold eyes, tall body, as if dominating the world. Pa! Over at Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's side, one of them felt his legs go soft and directly knelt down, being crushed by the aura of talent. He was only a first-grade heaven-ranked talent. Facing a 10th-grade heaven-ranked talent, it was as if he had met the Supreme Son of Heaven. Chapter 1788. Evil Buddha lineage. Now, do you still think that you won't die? Lin Ling punched out. The void shattered like glass, and the power of spatial laws also appeared. No, don't, Lin Ling, I'm just following orders. The kneeling Heavenly Emperor shouted anxiously. That punch gave him a lot of pressure, as if it was a brilliant heavenly might. He never thought that in a short period of time, Lin Ling would kill them like killing dogs. Unfortunately, it was too late to beg for mercy now. Boom! Under the punch, that Heavenly Emperor turned into dust, shattering like space. Shocked. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and the rest were shocked. At this moment, they were all afraid. Lin Ling seemed to have transformed. That strength gave them the feeling that it was like the 10 great heavenly emperors. You stop him. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang shouted, turned into a cloud, and hurriedly left. Did you see that? You guys are cannon fodder. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, making the remaining Heavenly Emperor's body tremble. But he stared at the escaping Heavenly Emperor Yuntang, and his face turned pale. Previously, he thought that he was valuable, so he was not trash. But now, he was actually also cannon fodder. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang could betray them at any time. While he was shocked, the fist seemed to come from the void, forming a terrifying storm that swept out. Crackling sounds immediately rang out continuously. Following the fist of the ancient god Empyrean, the surrounding void shattered like glass, reflecting a beautiful world. That was a one-dimensional world, and it was extremely resplendent. And that heavenly emperor stared at the incoming fist, his face was even more ashen. Was he going to die here? 9 people came to kill Lin Ling, but they were all wiped out. Lin Ling was much more terrifying than the outside world's rumors. Bang! Without leaving any words behind, that heavenly emperor was killed with a punch. Everything was as Lin Ling said, he was just cannon fodder. Lin Ling didn't look at the dead heavenly emperor. Moving his feet, he pounced toward the fleeing heavenly emperor Yuntang. At the same time, in the sky, the terrifying fire dragon king appeared in Lin Ling's hands and swept out fiercely, burning heaven and earth. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang was not proficient in movement technique martial arts. Therefore, not long after she escaped, majestic law of fire came crushing over, cutting off her path of retreat, sealing her on the spot. There were dragons roaring all around. And in the distance, Lin Ling stepped on the void and slowly walked over. His blue and white robes were a shocking sight. Lin Ling. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's pretty face was extremely pale. She never would have thought that chasing after Lin Ling to kill him would end up being hunted down by Lin Ling instead. You should know what happened to Princess Fireglow, so you shouldn't have provoked me. A cold voice floated out from the sky, causing Heavenly Emperor Yuntang to immediately kneel down. Lin Ling, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I will do anything you want me to do, including offering my body. She was begging for mercy. Because her surroundings were sealed by terrifying law of fire. There were dragons roaring, making her unable to retaliate at all. Do you think that I'm those fools? Would I believe you? Furthermore, even if I believe you, do you think that I'll definitely like you? Lin Ling landed on the ground step by step and said a sentence mockingly, making Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's expression freeze there, as if she was humiliated. She said that she would offer her body, hoping that Lin Ling would spare her life. But she forgot that Lin Ling did not seem to be interested in her body at all. Make your move. I don't like to kill people who have no strength to resist. Lin Ling stopped in front of Heavenly Emperor Yuntang and looked down at her. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's entire body trembled. No idea why, the feeling that the current Lin Ling gave her was actually stronger than senior apprentice brother Mustang. She really could not understand how Lin Ling suddenly became so powerful. I won't make a move. I'm not your match at all. Lin Ling, I hope that between us, the well water does not interfere with the river water. After all, killing me has no benefits for you. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang raised her head and said, wanting to make a final effort. You should want to say that you're a member of a prestigious family. If I kill you, I'll be offending a prestigious family. It's a pity that I've already killed 2 people from the prestigious clans. I don't have a good impression of this ancient clan, and I don't have a good impression of you either. That's because I hate ungrateful people. Lin Ling extended his right hand, making the surrounding flames become even crazier. You won't kill me. You said before that you won't kill people who have no strength to resist. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's heart trembled fiercely and she immediately said anxiously. Indeed, but it doesn't include sluts. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth outlined a hint of a cold smile. His right hand clenched fiercely into a fist. The surrounding terrifying flames drowned towards Heavenly Emperor Yuntang. You! Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's beautiful eyes opened wide. Her divine treasury records were also burned clean at this moment. It could not stop Lin Ling at all. Was she going to die? She still did not understand until now, why did this great battle that was originally a sure-win result end up like this? Lin Ling, he seemed to have the means to become stronger at any time. This caused everyone to underestimate him. Rumble. The flames drowned Heavenly Emperor Yuntang very quickly. But what made Heavenly Emperor Yuntang terrified was that she actually did not die. That's right, she was still alive. It was just that she was alive in the state of a soul. People who were burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame, their souls were all controlled by the Yellow Springs. Originally still wanted to take in my first subordinate, but you're too disgusting, so it's better to go and die. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, making Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's soul tremble. In her soul, Lin Ling seemed to have dominated her everything. Her entire life was mainly to flatter Lin Ling. It was as if she could make Lin Ling smile happily, her soul would be freed. Lin Ling was her natural king. But now, that man who possessed innate pressure felt very disgusted by her soul, so he did not want to leave her behind. No, don't, give me a chance. Heavenly Emperor Yuntang shouted anxiously. It was as if facing the Yellow Springs Great Emperor, she was like a slave, wanting to make the Great Emperor happy. Die. Lin Ling turned around and left. With a bang behind him, Heavenly Emperor Yuntang's soul immediately turned to ashes. Even if it was flattery, Lin Ling would not give her the chance either. And the green ring left behind by Heavenly Emperor Yuntang, Lin Ling collected all of it. Looking carefully, there were more than 1,000 vine fruits inside. If exchanged for merit points, this represented 10,000 merit points. Don't miss out on the green rings of those heavenly emperors from before. Lin Ling smiled and walked towards the mountain range from before. But when he arrived, a mysterious aura spread out from the mountain peak. The heavenly emperors who had died before actually all stood up. The scattered flesh and blood were attracted by a mysterious power, condensing together and emitting a dark golden light. This power was extremely strange. It clearly gave people a feeling of extreme holiness, but it also revealed an evil nature. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. What were these things? Buddha is merciful, save all living beings. Those who stood up let out low cries, their eyes emitting a dark golden light. Lin Ling hurriedly collected the green rings on their bodies. With a step, he left the mountain range and headed towards the Black Mountain Range in the distance. Chapter 1789. Tyrant Shuri-Ren. According to legends, the evil Buddhists had existed since the ancient times. Nobody knew why they had disappeared. Then, they had reappeared in the vine leaf world. Lin Ling didn't know anything about the evil Buddhists, so he had to be careful. Do all the dead people turn into evil Buddhists? Then, the vine leaf world will go crazy. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, he released his soul power, forming a soul light shield around his body to avoid the poisoned soul insects. Not long after, the Black Mountain Range came into view. Looking carefully, the mountain range looked like a black evil Buddha, smiling at the world. The vine leaf world is a terrifying place, thought Lin Ling, frowning. Suddenly, he saw a gigantic cave at the bottom of the mountain range. It didn't look dangerous. Lin Ling thought for a few seconds and then flew into the cave. The cave was huge and winding. It was as if one could reach the other side of the Black Mountain Range. Gradually, a large number of voices came from the front, as if they were arguing about something. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he quickened his pace. The cave became bigger and bigger. In the end, Lin Ling arrived in a cave that was 1,000 li wide. There was an ancient vine in the cave. There were many fruits hanging from the vine. They looked like lanterns. Vine fruits. Upon closer inspection, there were actually countless vine fruits here. Lin Ling smiled. He hadn't thought he'd get such a good harvest. At the bottom of the vine, many people were gathered. They were the celestial emperors of the three myths. They were discussing how to divide the treasures. Ji Tianxian, piss off. We saw the vine first. You're not qualified to divide it. You're dreaming. There are 100,000 vine fruits here. You can exchange them for 1,000,000 points. Aren't you afraid that you'll die if you keep them all to yourself? Let's divide them equally. The celestial emperors didn't want to submit. No need to argue. Those are vine fruits, they're mine. If you talk too much, die. Just at this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded out, causing the dozen or so heavenly emperors to frown. Who had such guts? They turned around and saw a young man in a blue and white robe. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Huh, it's you, Lin Ling. You're arrogant. Surprisingly, you want to steal our spoils of war. Said Ji Tianxian smiling coldly. Lin Ling was stronger than him, but there were many celestial emperors there, so he didn't fear Lin Ling. Last time, you were a radish, right? Now you want to be a radish? Lin Ling said calmly. He was indeed snatching the spoils of war. However, from another perspective, if he were to obtain these treasures, others would also come and snatch them away. Therefore, he showed no mercy. Moreover, in the vine leaf world, there were many people who wanted him dead, so there was no need to show mercy. Fellow disciple, if you want the vine fruits, you need to be strong enough. Be careful, greed will get you killed. Said a celestial emperor from the ancient rhyming celestial stage. He was a diamond celestial emperor, ranked 98th, so he didn't fear Lin Ling. Xiao. However, at this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward. The ancient god emperor descended, causing the space to shatter. Lin Ling's hand suddenly grabbed the immortal emperor's head and then ruthlessly smashed it into the ground. Too fast. That celestial emperor didn't have time to react. Lin Ling smashed him into a coma. The ground also cracked, and the huge vine swayed, shocking everyone to the point that they were stunned. Now, do you have any objections? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing all the celestial emperors to tremble. Lin Ling was so strong. Lin Ling, good job. Kill all of them. The vine fruits will belong to us, the 7 emperors' heavens. We'll split them. Ji Tianxian didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He wanted to take the vine fruits for himself, but he couldn't convince the others. Now, Lin Ling represented the 7 emperors' heavens and intimidated the celestial emperors. Are you the subordinates of Emperor Li Shou? Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and walked over, saying as he walked. We're the subordinates of the Law Overlord, but we're all celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. Before Ji Tianxian could speak, one of the celestial emperors said. You guys are really thick-skinned. The Law Overlord has harmed me many times, and now you want to split the vine fruits with me? Lin Ling laughed. His words made Ji Tianxian and the others' jaws drop. However, one of the celestial emperors said, let's put the internal strife of the 7 emperors' heavens aside for now. Otherwise, you, Lin Ling, won't be able to answer to the 7 emperors. Nice words. Then when I was provoked by the celestial emperors at Heartbreak Ridge, where were you? Lin Ling looked at them mockingly. The celestial emperors were speechless again. When others bullied me, where were you? Since you didn't do anything, you still have the nerve to share the harvest with me. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. Scram. Lin Ling spat out a few words. When the word "scram" came out, the celestial emperors' faces turned ugly. The harvest they found with great difficulty was all Lin Ling's now. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. Lin Ling coldly counted and tyrannically snatched the harvest. Lin Ling, you've got guts. The celestial emperors all retreated from the cave, all of them furious. How could they know that Lin Ling was too lazy to waste time, so he didn't kill them? If they continued to talk, they would all stay here forever. After a moment, the cave was empty. At this time, a smiling voice came, "Lin Ling, the harvest is not bad. How about these vine fruits belong to me?" In front of the cave, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a tall woman wearing armor slowly walked over. Her face was dignified without being angry, but her eyes were staring at the tall vine with excitement. She seemed to have just found this cave. "You want to snatch my vine fruits?" Lin Ling was a little surprised, but he fearlessly looked at the woman. He sensed that the woman's strength was very strong. He feared that she had 3 laws in her body and was a heaven-ranked talent. "Yes, I do want to, but I won't snatch it. I don't want to be reprimanded by the old ancestor." The woman stopped and lightly said, "I am from the Stone Clan. My name is Shuriren, and I am ranked 8th among the 10 celestial emperors. If it were anyone else, I would definitely snatch this harvest, but you won't. It's not that I don't dare, but that I don't want to go against the old ancestor's order." The woman's voice was extremely cold and even carried a trace of disdain. It seemed that she didn't take action because she was giving face to the Stone Clan, and the Stone Clan's old ancestor was the Stone God. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression eased. The Stone God had helped him in the past, and he still remembered this favor in his heart. Therefore, although this woman's words were arrogant, he didn't take it to heart. "How about we make a deal? You give me all these vine fruits, and I will give you merit points. I only need to go to the Daohua pool to cultivate. How about it?" The woman looked at Lin Ling indifferently, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She couldn't attack Lin Ling, so she chose to cooperate. Chapter 1790. Everyone has their own needs. The Daohua pool could allow one to comprehend the power of laws. As long as one was ranked in the top 3 of the vine leaf world, they could enter. However, Lin Ling did not care about this because he did not lack the comprehension of laws. What he lacked was cultivation resources. If he gave all the vine fruits to Shuriren, then if she finished first, she would give all the points to Lin Ling. Lin Ling wouldn't lose anything. Everyone has their own needs. Shuriren was stupefied. She hadn't thought Lin Ling would be so straightforward. She smiled, showing her white teeth. Her smile was beautiful. Actually, she was a stone cultivator, so she looked like a stone statue. But she had many admirers in Champion University. "Don't worry, you won't lose anything if you cooperate with me. The evil Buddhas have awakened and the outside world is in chaos. You have to be careful of the celestial emperors and the evil Buddhas. Therefore, cooperating with me is the best option," said Shuriren. "Besides, I can protect you. When we go back to the Shur clan, I can ask the Stone God for rewards." Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. "What right do you have to protect me?" "Humph. I'm the 8th celestial emperor, what do you think?" said Shuriren, smiling proudly. "Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Let's collect the vine fruits. I know a place with a lot of vine fruits, but last time, I didn't have enough people to help me. This time, if you help me, I'll have a great harvest. Besides, you're lucky. After all, in the vine leaf world, I'm the only one who's on the same side as you. I'm only protecting you because of the Stone God." Shuriren ran towards the vines and started collecting the vine fruits. Lin Ling smiled wryly. He didn't think Shi Ren was stronger than him. He didn't know where she got her confidence from. They quickly collected the vine fruits. Shi Ren couldn't help but smile. She had a great harvest this time. Lin Ling asked Shi Ren to take care of the vine fruits because the stone god was there. He wasn't worried that Shi Ren would go back on her words. Let's go, let's get out of here. Shi Ren took the lead and led Lin Ling out of the cave. Lin Ling glanced around the cave before leaving. He could vaguely feel that there was a terrifying aura in the cave, but it was hidden very well, so Shi Ren did not notice it. As for that mysterious existence, Lin Ling didn't know what it was, but he was certain that the mysterious existence was somewhat afraid of them, so it didn't make a move. After the two of them left, a mysterious aura condensed in the cave like evil clouds, turning into a burly figure. This person was like a Buddha, but also like an evil spirit. Amitabha, I actually encountered two formidable geniuses. If I devour them, then my strength would recover greatly. Unfortunately, the young man's natural talent is too formidable. He's at the 10th grade of the heaven rank, and he's even concealing his divine rank talent. I'm unable to devour him with my current strength, so I'll devour the weaker ones first. The mysterious figure passed through the mountain, and at the place where it disappeared, a huge swastika appeared on the rock wall. However, this swastika wasn't a sacred golden color, but a dark golden color. The evil aura was extremely dense. At this moment, in the cave, Shi Ren's footsteps were steady as she slowly walked forward. Her armor made a crisp sound from time to time, making her look like an empress. Behind her, Lin Ling, dressed in a blue and white robe, slowly followed. He was a little worried about the fire spirit princess and the others because the vine leaf world was becoming more and more dangerous. How can you be sure that I'll get more vine fruits if I cooperate with you? Along the way, Lin Ling asked curiously. First, I know a place with a large number of vine fruits. Second, in the vine leaf world, the strong can snatch the harvest of the weak. It's that simple. Shi Ren didn't turn around and said indifferently, I'm the 8th-ranked Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Emperor world. I have a 3rd-grade Heaven rank talent and 3 law powers. I'm known as a tyrant, so with me, only we can snatch others can't snatch ours. What you need to do is to wait for me to defeat those Heavenly Emperors and collect the harvest of those Heavenly Emperors. Her words were as arrogant as ever, as if Lin Ling was her follower. However, Lin Ling didn't care and continued to ask, how is the strength of the 10 great Heavenly Emperors? All of them are 3rd-grade Heaven rank talents. Their realms are between the 2nd and 3rd level of Wu Xing's realm. They have at least 3 law powers. Shi Ren explained. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he had 2 law powers, one in the one-dimensional space and the other in the soaring dragon universe. As for the law of freezing time, because the sword was broken, it had lost the power of the law. However, freezing time was effective against the weak, it didn't have much effect on the strong. However, Lin Ling's current 2 law powers were stronger than other people's law powers. This was because the talents of those 2 law powers were very strong. After a long time, the two of them walked out of the cave and arrived at the vine leaf world outside. Tall vines were everywhere, and from time to time, the roars of savage beasts could be heard, making people feel as if they had arrived at a primitive forest. Shi Ren led Lin Ling forward. After a long time, the two of them stopped on a vine leaf. This leaf was 10 meters wide, like a stone platform, and under the vines, there was a great battle. 4 figures were fighting a savage beast. The savage beast was a poisonous creature that looked like a rhinoceros and was extremely powerful. However, the 4 of them were not weak. Working together, they managed to kill the poisonous creature. Looking around them, the vines around them were full of vine fruits. Counting carefully, it was no less than Lin Ling's harvest in the cave. Hee, Calamity Celestial Emperor, this time, we've had a great harvest. Among the 4, a thin and weak man couldn't help but laugh. The other three also had satisfied smiles on their faces. Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw, you did well this time. You secretly followed that bitch Shuriren and found this place. When she left, you immediately informed us. Therefore, you can have 10% of the vine fruits. If I finish first, you'll be stronger than all the Celestial Emperors in Champion University. You can bully anyone you want," said a woman wearing black armor, smiling indifferently. Lin Ling knew her. Back in the world of true martial, that woman was the leader of Champion University. She was a strong cultivator from the evil clan, called the Calamity Celestial Emperor. "Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw, I spared your life. I wouldn't have thought you'd betray me. You promised me that you wouldn't tell anyone about this, otherwise, would have killed you already." At this moment, a furious voice suddenly rang out from the vines. In the next moment, the sound of armor colliding could be heard, and a meteorite fiercely smashed down from the sky. That meteorite was extremely ancient. A mysterious light appeared on its surface. It was cosmic energy. Tyrant Shuriren. On the ground, the skinny man stared at the meteorite in the sky. He was terrified. Chapter 1791. Help. Good, I knew you would come, but I can't give you the vine fruits. Shuriren, you couldn't compete with me in the past, and you can't compete with me today either. Besides, we're not in Champion University. The Stone Clan won't know if I kill you. Yes, said the woman in black armor indifferently. She stretched out her hand and black strength surrounded the meteorite. After a few seconds, the meteorite was about to fall from the sky. She clenched her fists. Boom! The meteorite immediately exploded, and the broken pieces of stone flew in all directions like darts. The woman in black armor was terrifyingly strong. Calamity Celestial Emperor. Yes. Shuriren also flew down from the sky. Her pretty face was extremely ugly. The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity was also one of the 10 great Heavenly Emperors and was also known as the Queen of Calamity. She was ranked above Shuriren and was just one rank higher. Their talents were about the same, and the only thing that was stronger than Shuriren was the power of law, and that power of law was called the power of calamity. It was extremely powerful and could destroy the heavens and earth. I found the vine fruits. If Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw hadn't betrayed me, the vine fruits would have been mine. But I know the rules, so you and I will fight. The winner will take the vine fruits," said Shuriren. She didn't want to lose the fruit, so she invited her to fight. It was the only way she could get the vine fruits. Hee, why should I accept your challenge? We obviously have the advantage in numbers, but you're alone, so we're definitely bullying you with numbers. Yes. But Calamity Celestial Emperor didn't want to waste too much time, because the longer she stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, she wanted to kill Shuriren as soon as possible. You. Yes. Shuriren hadn't thought Calamity Celestial Emperor would be so unreasonable. Tyrant Shuriren, you can't escape today. When you die, I won't let your corpse go," said the skinny Celestial Emperor Cyan Claw, smiling evilly. He had been attracted to Shuriren for a long time. Now, they had more people, and they were going to get the vine. However, just as the four of them were laughing coldly, a laughing voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "You want to bully me with numbers? Since that's the case, I'll have to interrupt you. I'll also join in this game." The voice floated down from the sky, causing the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and the others' expressions to change drastically. Tyrant Shuriren had helpers. "Bastard, Tyrant Shuriren, you're also well prepared." The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity immediately roared. Tyrant Shuriren was not weak. If she had a strong helper, it would be hard to say who would win this battle. Moreover, Tyrant Shuriren had always been arrogant. The helper she had invited would definitely not be weak. Bang! At the same time, a figure jumped down from the vines in the sky like a meteor crashing into the ground. However, when Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and the others saw the person who landed, they were all stunned. Then, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. The person who came was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also considered a helper. Tyrant Shuriren, you seem to have forgotten that the four of us here are all diamond-level Heavenly Emperors. Although Lin Ling is also a diamond-level Heavenly Emperor, he's obviously a newcomer. Do you think he can be your helper? The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity shook his head and finally could not help but laugh. The other three were the same. They thought that Tyrant Shuriren would invite some powerful expert, but who knew that it would be Lin Ling? Lin Ling is liked by many people. There are rewards for killing him. Hee, Tyrant Shuriren, you've helped us. Today, not only did we get the vine fruit, we also got an additional reward. Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw said sinisterly, causing Tyrant Shuriren's beautiful face to become even colder. These guys were laughing at them. How arrogant. Lin Ling, can you stop the three of them? I only need an incense stick's worth of time. After I deal with the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, I'll help you kill the three of them. Tyrant Shuriren said coldly. With Lin Ling's help, she would not be suppressed anymore. The three of them? They're too weak. At this moment, Lin Ling was sizing up the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and the others. He could not help but frown. His target was the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity because the latter was one of the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. If Lin Ling wanted to know where his limit was, he would definitely have to fight the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. Too weak. Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw and the others narrowed their eyes and then laughed even louder. Even Tyrant Shuriren shook her head. Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw and the others were not weak among the diamond-level Heavenly Emperors. Especially when the three of them worked together, their attack power could threaten the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. How could Lin Ling say that they were too weak? Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, you don't mind if I kill him, right? Heavenly Emperor Cyan Claw sneered and shook her head. I don't mind. If you kill him, the Xianyuan clan's reward will be yours. The three of you can go. Leave Tyrant Shuriren to me. Heavenly Emperor of Calamity said calmly. In her heart, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Shuriren was her opponent. Lin Ling, be careful. Tyrant Shuriren reminded. Her eyes were filled with worry, hoping that Lin Ling could hold on until she won. Lin Ling, get over here. Don't disturb the battle between the 10 great Heavenly Emperors. Lin Ling, do you think you can be a helper? You can't see yourself clearly. You should know that there are many people in the vine leaf world who want you dead. In the end, you will die in our hands. Don't forget about me when you go to hell. The three of them strode into the depths of the forest and waved at Lin Ling. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Ling was stunned by their attitude. Then, he sneered and followed them. Tyrant Shuriren was even more worried. However, she couldn't help Lin Ling now. You shouldn't have brought him here because you've killed him. But now, you should worry about yourself. Heavenly Emperor of Calamity ignored Lin Ling's battle. Her eyes fell on Tyrant Shuriren. The latter was her real opponent. At this moment, the atmosphere in the forest was oppressive. Heavenly Emperor Green Claw and the other two looked coldly at Lin Ling. They crossed their arms as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Ling, when you sealed the boundary in the realm of true force, you shouldn't have embarrassed us. You should know that sealing the boundary is one thing, but strength is another. Heavenly Emperor Green Claw said faintly. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Which one of you is going to do it? Let me do it. The three of them finally looked at a burly Heavenly Emperor. It was very suitable for him to deal with Lin Ling. Do you really want to kill me? You should know that although I got first place in the sealing boundary, I didn't hurt you at all. If the Xianyuan family wanted to kill me, it would make sense. But don't you think it's a little meddling if you want to kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Chapter 1792. Let me kill her in 3 moves, said the tall and sturdy Tian Di coldly. A barrier appeared around him. The air, the spiritual qi, the wind, and even the light were all compressed. It was terrifying. In his cosmic energies, one would definitely be compressed and die miserably. Xiao Da's cosmic energies are getting more and more powerful. Heavenly Emperor Green Claw and Heavenly Emperor Green Claw had solemn expressions. They felt some pressure in their hearts. The other party was not much weaker than them. Then, they sneered at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling being crushed to death. However, in front of them, Lin Ling was standing there like a pine tree. He was wearing a blue and white robe. At that moment, he looked like an invincible god. Cosmic energies couldn't affect him at all. What are you playing at? A soft voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, shocking Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da like thunder. His expression changed drastically. How could Lin Ling possibly not fear his power of laws? Boom! At that moment, Lin Ling took a step forwards. A terrifying qi filled the air. It was as if a giant had descended. Boom! The barrier around Xiao Da broke apart. His face turned deathly pale, Tian-level talent. He sensed a strong pressure. He didn't even have the right to raise his head in front of Lin Ling. At that moment, he started shaking violently. Wasn't Lin Ling an earthly-level talent? How come he had reached the Tian level? You lied to us, said Xiao Da as he stepped backwards. He had lost the ability to fight. The difference between their levels was too great. He had no hope of winning. I won't get involved in your enmity with Yungu and Champion University. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da only wanted to leave this place right now. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Won't get involved. When Xiao Da was strong, he wanted to be a hero of the human world. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but when he was weak, he wouldn't get involved. You don't have a choice. Lin Ling's body moved as the ancient god Empyrean erupted with the aura of a monarch that could make all living things kneel before him. Lin Ling punched out as the power of laws erupted. Crack! Under that punch, Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da's enchantment directly turned into dust, making Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw and Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw open their mouths wide, feeling extremely ironic. When Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da used his enchantment, he reigned supreme. But now, Lin Ling just smashed the enchantment into dust with a single punch. This disparity in strength was simply the difference between clouds and mud. What else do you want? I won't interfere anymore. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da retreated frantically and shouted anxiously. The fear and reverence in his heart grew thicker and thicker. What do I want? Isn't that what you want to do? Lin Ling's killing intent surged. A dragon claw appeared, and the power of 18 universes slashed out fiercely. Wait, I admit defeat. I shouldn't have interfered with your matters with the human world's legends. Lin Ling, from now on, I will take a detour whenever I see you. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da was getting more and more panicked. Are you begging for mercy? I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the begging of the weak. If you were a beauty, I might have let you go. Lin Ling returned Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da's words back to him, making Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da feel as if he was slapped hard. His face was as pale as paper. Boom! Without any mercy, Lin Ling killed Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da with a single punch. Then, he looked at Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw and Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da. I said before, the 3 of you are too weak. Plop! Heavenly Emperor Azure Claw stood there like a statue. Seeing Lin Ling kill Heavenly Emperor Xiao Da with their own eyes, their hearts were also rumbling violently. When did Lin Ling become so powerful? One had to know that they were stronger than Ji Yangjun, so they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at all. But now, they realized that Lin Ling's strength was probably close to the ranks of the 10 great heavenly emperors. This was a very terrifying growth rate. If they didn't remember wrongly, the last time Lin Ling defeated Ji Yangjun was only a month ago. Wait, Lin Ling, why don't we shake hands and make peace? You have to know that if we join forces, you might not win. Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw shouted coldly. One-dimensional space. However, Lin Ling let out a low roar and answered his question with his strength. One-dimensional space came from the body of the God-fiend Overlord. It didn't have much requirement for the void energy in his Dantian, so Lin Ling could use it continuously. The space shattered, and a beautiful world appeared. The person beside Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw had just reacted when his body shattered like glass. I might not win. Lin Ling looked at Celestial Emperor Green Claw calmly. Celestial Emperor Green Claw opened his mouth wide and swallowed hard. Another Celestial Emperor had been killed like a vegetable. Lin Ling's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Ling, me. Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw knew that if there were 3 of them, there was still a chance. However, if there was only one of them, there was no chance at all. I've said it before. I have no enmity with you, so you shouldn't interfere in the matter between me and the 2 legends of the mortal realm. Since you've interfered, then stay here forever. Lin Ling interrupted Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw's words and punched out again. Without any martial arts, he defeated the 3 of them with brute force. Great Sorrow Wind and Cloud Sword. Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw anxiously stretched out his right hand, and his arm turned into a giant green sword. Clang! However, it was useless. Lin Ling punched out, and the sword broke. Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw died. Then, Lin Ling walked toward Shuriren. In the forest, Heavenly Emperor Azureclaw spat out a mouthful of blood, smiled bitterly, and fell to the ground, dead. He now knew that Tyrant Shuriren's helper was very terrifying. Woo-woo. At this moment, a mysterious evil aura filled the air, causing the dead people to stand up and turn into evil Buddhas. At this moment, Lin Ling also noticed what was happening behind him. He was even more certain that those who died in the vine leaf world would all turn into evil Buddhas. He did not know what the evil Buddha's goal was, but their methods were extremely cruel. Tyrant Shuriren, is this all you've got? Are you waiting for Lin Ling to finish the battle and then come to help you? On the other side, dark green clouds drifted, like ribbons wrapped around the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity. This was the power of Calamity. Not far from the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, Tyrant Shuriren had turned into a 5-meter-tall stone man. Her strength was mighty, and her aura was majestic. This was Tyrant Shuriren's talent. It allowed her to instantly increase her strength by 15 universes. She had the strength to move mountains and rivers, and no one could defeat her. One had to know that after her strength reached 10 universes, she could easily destroy the origin energy. As for 15 universes, this strength was comparable to the power of laws. However, although her strength was strong, she could not stop the power of Calamity. At this moment, her body was slowly corroding, and her aura was gradually weakening. Tyrant Shuriren was the 8th Heavenly Emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity was the 7th. It seemed like there was a difference of 1 rank, but the difference in strength was huge. Most importantly, their talents were similar, so Shuriren did not have the advantage. At this moment, footsteps came from the forest, causing their eyes to light up. Lin Ling's battle was over. The Heavenly Emperor of Calamity sneered. Tyrant Shuriren had no chance of winning now. However, at this moment, a calm voice came, Tyrant Shuriren, move away. Don't waste time. Let me kill her in 3 moves. Boom. The voice came like a ghost, causing the Heavenly Emperor of Calamity and Shuriren to tremble. They looked over at the same time. The person who walked out of the forest was Lin Ling. Chapter 1793. That was all. This was extremely terrifying news because everyone knew that Lin Ling had just stepped into the diamond level, and his strength should be at the bottom of the diamond level. However, the facts proved that Lin Ling was already above average among diamond-level celestial emperors. How did you win? Shuriren's voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. Cut the crap. Now that the evil demon tribe has awakened in the forest, we need to quickly deal with Heavenly Emperor Wo and collect the vine fruits. Lin Ling said calmly. He did not feel that killing Heavenly Emperor Green Claw and the others was something to be proud of. So, step aside. I'll deal with her. I'll kill her in 3 moves. Lin Ling said calmly. However, to Tyrant Shuriren, these weren't calm words. Lin Ling wanted to use 3 moves to kill the 7th strongest of the 10 great sky emperors. If this was the world of true martial arts and Lin Ling could summon his own team, then both of them would believe that Lin Ling had such power. However, this was the Vine Leaf world. It didn't depend on the team, but on the individual. Am I dreaming? After a moment of silence, Heavenly Emperor Calamity let out a mocking laugh. Being able to defeat Heavenly Emperor Green Claw did not mean that he could defeat her. These were 2 different concepts. Lin Ling, be careful. She's not Celestial Emperor Green Claw. Her power of calamity is extremely difficult to deal with. It can corrode any power. Shuriren reminded him. She was injured, and it would be best if Lin Ling could come and help her. Even if she couldn't win, it would give her time to rest. It's just a trash talent. It's useless to me. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and spoke calmly. Crazy. This time, even Shuriren felt that Lin Ling was crazy. The power of disaster was actually a trash talent. In fact, Shuriren had long heard that Lin Ling was very arrogant. However, after meeting him, she thought that Lin Ling was not as arrogant as the rumors said. Instead, he was extremely humble. But now, she realized that it was only on the surface. When it was time to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. Let's see how you block the power of calamity of the 3 realms. Heavenly Emperor of Calamity sneered. She did not want to waste time and directly attacked. A terrifying power of laws surged forth. This was the power of calamity. It was said that if this power were to encounter a weak martial artist, it would cause them to suffer for the rest of their lives. Nothing they did would go smoothly, and they might even be crushed to death by a rock while walking. This kind of power was extremely mysterious. In the world of the Heaven and Earth Emperor, it was called the power of the Death God. Pop. Pop. The green and black energy wrapped around Lin Ling like a natural disaster. It was so mysterious and unfathomable. Is that all? Seeing this, Heavenly Emperor Misfortune let out a cold laugh. Lin Ling was just boasting shamelessly. That's all. This sentence should be directed at you. However, a figure quickly walked out of the cyan and black energy. The ancient God Emperor had arrived, and no evil could invade him. The fruit of your talent is not only on the dark side, but it is also on the damp side. This is why your strength is so mysterious. Unfortunately, facing my absolute defense, your strength is still too weak. Lin Ling's pace wasn't fast, but he appeared in front of Heavenly Emperor of Calamity in the blink of an eye. He looked at her like a monarch. As for Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, her pupils constricted. She wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be stuck and she couldn't say anything. In her impression, those who didn't fear her power of calamity were only powerhouses ranked even higher among the 10 great heavenly emperors. And now, Lin Ling could do the same. Wasn't Lin Ling trash? How could he be so strong? My talent surpasses yours by several times. Lin Ling seemed to know the shock in Heavenly Emperor of Calamity's heart. He lightly spat out these words, causing Heavenly Emperor of Calamity's body to fiercely tremble. The doubts in her heart were easily solved. She was just about to ask what grade of talent Lin Ling was. One-dimensional space. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have the mood to talk nonsense and punched out. Previously, when he defeated Heavenly Emperor of Green Claw and the other two, he had a deep understanding of his own strength. He was afraid that he was invincible in the second level of Wuxia. That was why he defeated Heavenly Emperor of Calamity so easily. Grand Pure Calamity Realm. The terrifying fist came too quickly, causing Heavenly Emperor of Calamity to immediately erupt with her full strength. At this moment, she knew that Shuriren's helper was very terrifying. No, Lin Ling wasn't actually a helper. Shuriren was a helper, and Lin Ling was the main force. Rumble. Lin Ling punched out and space formed a vortex. Then, it split open and a resplendent Prometha world appeared. It actually absorbed all the power of Calamity. Then, it formed the power of space and cut Heavenly Emperor of Calamity's body. It was as if she was cut by countless blades and turned into dust. With just one punch, the 7th-ranked Heavenly Emperor fell. Even before she died, Heavenly Emperor of Calamity didn't know how she lost. However, Lin Ling laughed. At this moment, he seemed to be elated. One had to know that before entering this place, the Heavenly Emperor of the human world wanted to kill him. At that time, he lacked a little time to become stronger. Now that he had become stronger, it was enough for him to roam the Heavenly Emperor's world. Therefore, he wanted to see who would dare to kill him. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and collect the vine fruits. Then, Lin Ling turned his head and saw Shuriren standing there in a daze. He couldn't help but say this. Shuriren's heart was like thunder. She couldn't defeat Heavenly Emperor of Calamity, but Lin Ling could kill her with one punch. This guy was too terrifying. Moreover, he was ranked 7th among all the Heavenly Emperors. According to his progress, defeating the 5 Heavenly Monarchs won't be difficult. Shuriren didn't put Lin Ling in her eyes from the beginning, but now she knew that she was wrong. For Lin Ling to be valued by the Stone God, he did have some ability. Still in a daze. At this moment, Lin Ling was already collecting the vine fruits. He couldn't help but say this again. This woman from the Shur clan was indeed as dumb as a stone. Oh. Shuriren hurriedly nodded. She didn't realize that she seemed to be listening to Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your talent to reach the heaven realm. You have to know that everyone thinks that you have an earth realm talent, so they all treat you as trash. In addition, you are a hero of the human world and have offended many giants of the human world. Those people can't wait to erase you, but you are much more powerful than the rumors said. Shuriren said at the same time as she collected the vine fruits. In fact, at the beginning, she also treated Lin Ling as trash. They are not wrong, because I only completely advanced to the heaven realm immortal body in the vine leaf world. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hiss. Shuriren sucked in a breath of cold air. How dangerous was the vine leaf world? Moreover, it hadn't been open for long, but Lin Ling's talent had greatly improved during this period of time. She couldn't help but be curious about the level of Lin Ling's talent. Could it be the 4th level of the heaven realm? If that was the case, the gap between Lin Ling and Xianyuan Nan Feng wasn't that big. Oh right, your talent isn't weak. In fact, as long as you keep a low profile and endure, you won't offend so many experts. Why do you have to go against them? Shuriren said again. Lin Ling shook his head. It's not that I want to go against them, it's that they want to go against me. Chapter 1794. Mutated Vine Leaf World Curry Favor. Lin Ling stopped collecting and looked at Shuri indifferently. There is no such thing as please in my dictionary. Most importantly, in my heart, they are just ants. They are not qualified for me to please. Hearing this, Shuriren's pupils trembled. For the first time, she looked at Lin Ling seriously. Only then did she realize that this famous man had an extraordinary arrogance. Originally, because of the stone god, she wanted to persuade Lin Ling not to be so arrogant. But now, she found that she couldn't do so because she was standing on the ground watching everything while Lin Ling was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Their horizons were different, so their goals were also different. In Lin Ling's heart, even a powerhouse like the Sky Lord was just an ant. At that moment, Shuriren felt that Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword that was about to be unleashed. Alright, let's leave immediately. We don't need the remaining vine fruits. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what Shuriren was thinking. He looked at the depths of the forest and finally said in a low voice. He could feel that the terrifying aura in the forest was becoming denser. It was as if the aura was about to revive after devouring more dead people. Shuriren also sensed the horror in the depths of the forest and immediately nodded. She did not realize that she had already regarded Lin Ling as her pillar of support. The two of them stepped on the vines and flew into the distance like sharp eagles. As for the vine leaf world, it was becoming more and more oppressive. Everyone could sense the terrifying evil aura. This aura was both evil and Buddhist, and it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. And in the vine leaf world, more and more heavenly emperors died. As long as the dead heavenly emperors were all devoured, it would ultimately form a vicious cycle, resulting in the heavenly emperor powerhouses becoming fewer and fewer. Heavenly emperors that were left alone were basically all dead without a doubt. Lin Ling and Yi Zichen followed the vines. As they sensed the changes in the world, they became even more cautious. I can't stay in this vine leaf world any longer. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Lin Ling, are you saying that we should leave now? You can leave, but I have to find my friend first. If that's the case, then I'll accompany you. While the two of them were collecting the vine fruits, they were also searching for the remaining celestial emperors. Because there were fewer and fewer celestial emperors, many exotic flowers and herbs could be easily collected. Therefore, Lin Ling found many flame rune fruits along the way. These fruits could enhance Lin Ling's law of fire. Stop those monsters. At this moment, on a vast plain, all the celestial emperors seemed to have gathered there. Looking carefully, there were several hundred people. However, the terrifying thing was that there were even more people in the distance. However, they couldn't be called people anymore because evil energy was emanating from their bodies, and the mysterious swastika symbol was emanating from them. Obviously, they'd become evil beings. At this moment, those zombie-like evil beings were walking towards the remaining people in a grandiose manner. It was a ghastly sight. Save me. One of the celestial emperors was slower and was entangled by the evil being. The evil being's head exploded like a flower petal, and it actually shot out a dark golden tongue. After entangling the celestial emperor, the tongue entered the celestial emperor's mouth. In just an incense stick's worth of time, the celestial emperor stood up, but the evil energy on his body was extremely dense. Buddha is merciful. These evil beings all let out low and deep voices, causing one's scalp to tingle. Retreat. The remaining celestial emperors frantically retreated. They no longer cared about which camp they were from. They only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. In the distant sky, there was a terrifying evil energy surging over like dark clouds. It was just that those evil clouds were slower. However, if they were enveloped by those evil clouds, even the 10 great celestial emperors would die here. The evil Buddha lineage is truly terrifying. They've revived. Celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world, listen up, leave this place immediately. In one direction of the crowd, a woman shouted. Her status was clearly very high. All the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world obeyed her orders. This person was clearly one of the 10 great celestial emperors. Princess Fire Spirit, you're not allowed to be naughty here. Come back quickly. The woman suddenly stared ahead and said. Not only did a girl not retreat, but she also pounced towards the front of the grassland. In front of her were countless evil beings. If she went over, she would definitely die. Sister Baiyun and Little Flame are over there. I want to help them. That girl was Princess Fire Spirit. At this moment, she did not even turn her head. Princess Fire Spirit, you're a celestial emperor with heaven stage talent. How can you die here for them? In this situation, even if we want to help, we can't. Come back quickly. The woman shouted angrily. She also wanted to help, but if she helped, more people would die. Therefore, she could only sacrifice Bai Yun Tiendi and the rest. I don't care. If I don't save them, Lin Ling will scold me to death. In front, Princess Fire Spirit's voice became softer and softer, drowned out by countless evil beings. Princess Fire Spirit. The woman shouted anxiously. In the end, her face dimmed. Many people had died in this Vine Leaf World's training. Let's go. Then, the woman gritted her teeth and said. Senior sister, don't tell me we don't care about them. Emperor Li Shou told us that if we meet Lin Ling, Little Flame, Bai Yun Tiendi, and the 9 spirits of heaven, we must help them. A celestial emperor said. Help? How can we help? Even Lin Ling might have died here. His men have all been wiped out. The woman sighed softly. She had failed to live up to Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu's trust. Wait, look over there. At this moment, one of the celestial emperors suddenly exclaimed, causing all the celestial emperors to look over. Suddenly, they discovered that among the dense evil beings in front of them, a terrifying Son of Heaven aura burst out. Those evil beings were all blown away. Then, a figure quickly rushed over with several people. The person in the lead was dressed in a blue and white robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his face was handsome. He was like an emperor who had conquered the world. He brought his people and escaped from the mouth of the evil beings. He is Lin Ling. All the celestial emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to save everyone. How did this guy do it? The woman's expression changed drastically. However, the evil beings behind them were getting closer and closer. There was even a kind voice drifting over from the rolling evil clouds. They didn't dare to think too much and quickly left the place. Lin Ling, follow me. The woman waved her hand and immediately led everyone forward. At this moment, the person behind them was Lin Ling. He carried the Fire Spirit Princess and rushed out of the encirclement with Bai Yun Tiendi and the rest. He was also running forward. Boss, I love you to death. I almost never saw you again. The 9 spirits of heaven followed behind Lin Ling and shouted excitedly. They were surrounded earlier. If Lin Ling hadn't opened a gap, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 1795. Valley of Refuge, Hee. Hee. The 9 spirits of heaven touched their heads and smiled. They looked at Little Flame at the same time. Both of them were a little excited. Obviously, they had gained a lot from the trip to the Vine Leaf World. I know your strength has increased, but if it weren't for Lin Ling, you would still have died. Now, don't be so smug. Follow Lin Ling. Bai Yun Tiendi said coldly. Her beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her. She was a little excited. Lin Ling had saved them again. However, when she saw the cold woman beside Lin Ling, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. This guy was flirting again. She didn't know where he got that stone beauty from. Of course, Bai Yun Tiendi also noticed that the cold woman's strength couldn't be underestimated. Previously, she had transformed into a stone giant and easily blasted away several evil beings. Her talent had probably reached the heaven rank. It was very likely that she was one of the 10 great heavenly emperors. This also meant that the reason they were able to escape the encirclement, other than Lin Ling, the woman most likely contributed half of her strength. Fortunately, I also gained a lot from this trip to the Vine Leaf world. If given some more time, I will definitely catch up to them. Bai Yun Tiandi secretly said. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to be surpassed by Lin Ling too much. Perhaps she subconsciously thought that only when she was strong enough could she continue to follow Lin Ling. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. In fact, it was mostly Lin Ling's credit that they broke out of the encirclement. Lin Ling seemed to be at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, but his heaven-ranked talent was too high. It was a few grades higher than Shuriren. So even if Lin Ling's realm was low, he could rely on his talent and the power of the law to crush the 10 great heavenly emperors. Tyrant Shuriren was the most clear about this point. Moreover, in the past when she was still weak, she had seen a strong practitioner who was titled as Xian Di. Relying on Wu Xing's first-degree realm cultivation, he was able to defeat Wu Xing's fifth-degree realm practitioner. And this was because his innate talent and power of law were much stronger. Of course, this kind of genius was very rare, and in the human realm, he was also known as the Son of Huang. At this moment, a large number of celestial emperors had gathered in the valley, as if everyone had taken refuge here. Of course, their expressions were extremely solemn, because this kind of refuge was only temporary. If they could not find a way to rush out, then they would be completely annihilated. However, at this moment, many people were looking at the Heaven Emperor of the Seven Emperors' Heaven with sneers on their faces. The Heaven Emperor of the Seven Emperors' Heaven was very lucky to have escaped the encirclement. Of course, their gazes were mostly focused on the woman in the lead. They knew that she was Su Jimin, ranked 5th among the 10 great celestial emperors. She was extremely famous in the world of celestial emperors. Let's all have a rest, Su Jimin said. She knew that the current rest was temporary. Not long after, Xia Yun would arrive. At that time, they would have to flee for their lives. At this time, several people walked into the valley, 3 men and 3 women. Moreover, all 3 women had their own beauty. One was a cute girl carved from jade. Although she was young, it could be seen that in the future, she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful existence. One had an ordinary appearance, but her skin was extremely beautiful, with a hint of red in her white skin. The last one emitted a tyrannical aura, but her appearance was also devastatingly beautiful, with the aura of an empress. In contrast to the 3 women, the other 3 men seemed ordinary. Most importantly, many people discovered that the blue-robed young man in the lead was holding the girl's hand, and the 2 women beside him were also walking very close to him, which made people extremely envious. That is the fire spirit princess of the 7 emperors' heaven, who can transform into a beauty that can captivate fish and beasts. Who is the person holding her hand? What? The one beside her is even more beautiful, Shi Ren, who has the title of tyrant. How many people want to pursue her, but they were beaten into fleeing. She is also following that person. Who is that person? Why is he so lucky? The crowd began to discuss, their faces extremely cold. Him. He seems to be Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing the entire valley to instantly quiet down. Lin Ling, who didn't know the current legend of the human world. He was a hero of the human world, and a junior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He had offended many powerhouses, and even before entering the Vine Leaf world, those heavenly emperor powerhouses wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. And now, he also came to the valley to take refuge. In that instant, many people stood up, and the sneer on their faces became even thicker. Lin Ling, since you still dare to come here, don't you know that the heavenly emperor of the 3 legends of the human world are gathered here? Kill him. In any case, in the Vine Leaf world, killing Lin Ling is not a crime. That's right. That's right, the vine leaf world is not like the outside world. If Lin Ling dies, I think Emperor Li Shou and the others will have nothing to say. That's right. Cold chuckles took place one after another. The world of the vine leaves was filled with danger. It was an unwritten rule to attack one another. What do you want to do? Courting death. Die. However, as soon as the crowd finished talking, Tyrant Shi Ren, who was next to Lin Ling, shouted furiously. Her chi rolled in waves as if she had turned into an ancient tyrant. Tyrant Shi Ren. Die. Everyone's pupils constricted. Even the 10 great heavenly emperors and other powerhouses in the distance also revealed astonished expressions. Tyrant Shi Ren wanted to protect Lin Ling. One had to know that Tyrant Shi Ren was just like her name. She was like a cruel and merciless monarch, and her strength was ranked 8th among the 10 great sky emperors. So, with such status and strength, how could she come out to protect Lin Ling? As for Lin Ling, he had offended so many people. Moreover, he had an earth stage talent and was not even a martial saint yet. As long as one was not a fool, no one would stand up for Lin Ling. But the fact was, someone did protect Lin Ling. Tyrant Shi Ren, you're a celestial emperor of Champion University, do you have to protect that piece of trash? Champion University will oppress you, said a celestial emperor indifferently. He wanted Tyrant Shi Ren to give up on Lin Ling. Do you want to die? However, Tyrant Shi Ren was as cruel and merciless as before. She didn't give that person any face. It seems like she really wants to protect Lin Ling. Many people were jealous. Even if Tyrant Shi Ren had offended the entire Champion University, she still wanted to protect Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling do that? Why didn't they have that kind of treatment? Since when did you have the right to talk to the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world? If you want to kill Lin Ling, the 7 emperors world won't allow it. At this moment, another cold voice drifted out. It was Su Jimin. In the 7 emperors world, 1/3 of the celestial emperors were not under Su Jimin's command because they were under the Ji family and the law overlord. However, in the vine leaf world, Su Jimin was the strongest celestial emperor under the 7 emperors world, so her words held great authority. She wants to protect Lin Ling, too. The crowd was even more jealous. Right now, 2 women were going to protect Lin Ling. Moreover, both of them were extremely terrifying existences. Chapter 1796. Mountain-moving eagle, a mere Lin Ling is actually protected by such beauties. How enviable. However, Lin Ling has already offended many people. Someone has declared that he must not be allowed to walk out of the vine leaf world alive. This responsibility will be fulfilled by me, the mountain-moving eagle. At this moment, a sharp voice resounded from the depths of the valley. A young man who was even shorter than Xianyuan Jiu-hun walked over slowly. He had a warm smile on his face that made others feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, everyone could see that the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely dense. At this moment, all the celestial emperors knew that this person was going to attack Lin Ling. As for that person's background, how could the celestial emperors not know? It was the mountain-moving eagle, ranked 6th among the 10 celestial emperors. Seeing the mountain-moving eagle walk out, even Tyrant Shi Ren's pretty face turned solemn. She knew how bloodthirsty that little guy was. It was said that no one who fought with him could preserve their bones. In fact, in the world of the celestial emperors, if one looked at him for an extra moment, they would be killed by the mountain-moving eagle in the next moment. Lin Ling, be careful. Although that person is also a 3rd-grade heaven-ranked talent, his power of laws has reached as many as 4. Moreover, his realm is at the peak of the 3rd-grade Wuxia realm. Tyrant Shi Ren said in a low voice, causing Lin Ling to nod. He also sensed that the little guy had a mysterious aura around him. Mountain-moving eagle, are you ignoring me? As the mountain-shifting eagle got closer and closer, Su Jimin spoke again. The mountain-moving eagle laughed coldly. Su Jimin, you used to be the 5th-rank celestial emperor, but in the vine leaf world, I obtained great benefits. I can surpass your ranking at any time. However, if you want to protect Lin Ling today, you can, but Lin Ling must get out of here. That's right. We were the first to discover this valley. Lin Ling came later. He wants to take refuge here, but we won't allow it. Get out of here, or die. The surrounding celestial emperors also shouted angrily. If Lin Ling was chased out of this place, then he would be a celestial emperor who was alone in the vine leaf world. Without a doubt, he would die. What right do you have to chase him away? Su Jimin took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat astonished. He had never seen this woman before, but he didn't expect her to be so protective of him. Big brother, she's under Empress Li Shou and Empress Yu. Before we came here, Empress Li Shou and Empress Li Shou instructed us to protect you. Little Flame also knew that this was the first time Lin Ling had met Su Jimin, so he explained. Lin Ling nodded and felt warmth in his heart. He owed Emperor Li Shou and the others more and more favors. Su Jimin, don't be too arrogant. If it weren't for Xia Yun's imminent arrival and my desire to defeat you in front of the giants of the mortal realm, I would have already made my move. The moving mountain condor said coldly. This time, he had absolute confidence in defeating Su Jimin. However, he wanted to defeat Su Jimin on the most dazzling martial stage, not here. Lin Ling, get out of the valley. If you force me to use my trump card, I'll even kill the woman behind you. Even Su Jimin won't be able to protect you. You'd better not provoke me. The moving mountain condor stared at Lin Ling and said with endless majesty. The crowd also sneered. The moving mountain condor was extremely confident, as if he was no longer afraid of Su Jimin. With him oppressing Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling resist? Before Lin Ling entered the vine leaf world, he had arrogantly ignored the celestial emperors. Now, would he still dare to do so? The moving mountain condor's strength has obviously increased greatly. That's why he's not afraid of Su Jimin. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to defeat Su Jimin on a wider martial stage, he would have already made his move. This Lin Ling is really stupid. He actually came to this valley. Far away, several figures sat quietly. They were the top figures of the 10 celestial emperors. They did not make a move, because the moving mountain condor was enough to kill Lin Ling. Angry shouts rose and fell in the valley. However, Lin Ling did not seem to have any reaction. His expression was still calm, and a soft voice finally came out. At this moment, he was showing his outstanding prowess. Moving mountain condor. A short guy who's not even 1 meter tall, a disabled person who has to raise his head when he sees anyone, who gave you the courage to kill me? Are you tired of living? Or do you think that you're too short in this life, so you want to reincarnate? When this voice came out, the entire valley fell silent. Short guy. Disabled person. One must know that the moving mountain condor hated it the most when people called him short. Even if someone looked at him a few more times, he would feel that they were mocking him and would immediately kill him. But now, Lin Ling did not look at him a few more times. Instead, he directly said that he was short and that he was disabled. These words were undoubtedly stabbing a knife into the moving mountain condor's heart. You. The moving mountain condor let out a low voice. What about me? Did I hit the nail on the head with your inferiority complex? Or is it because you see so many beauties around me and your jealousy is causing trouble? In fact, if you're ugly, you should work hard, and not use killing others to prove your greatness. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what the moving mountain condor's reverse scale was. He once again spat out a sentence. His words were sharp, and like a sword, they directly cut through the moving mountain condor's appearance, revealing his inferiority complex. Pfft. Hearing those words, Princess Fire's spirit giggled. Even Tyrant Shuriren could not help but laugh. She did not expect this guy to be so vicious. As for the people in the valley, their hearts were all trembling. Lin Ling was courting death. You're just a piece of trash, yet you dare to say such things about me. Right now, I'm going to make you regret being born. The moving mountain condor's face was distorted, and a terrifying aura burst forth. Moving mountain condor, how dare you? Su Jimin immediately shouted angrily. At the same time, she was also complaining about Lin Ling's arrogance. Those words were merciless, and had angered the moving mountain condor. Su Jimin, get lost, or I'll kill you too. The moving mountain condor clearly did not give anyone face this time. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste your breath? Today, with me here, no one can touch Lin Ling. Su Jimin's attitude was extremely resolute. This caused the eyes of many celestial emperors to flicker. They did not expect Su Jimin to risk her life for Lin Ling. However, they knew that the moving mountain condor would not let the matter rest. He would definitely kill Lin Ling, so everyone sneered and waited quietly. Su Jimin still wanted to speak, but at this moment, an arm appeared on her shoulder and pulled her back. At the same time, a cold voice floated over. Since you want to kill me, don't tell me you're not allowed to say that you're short. You're too domineering. Now, not only do I want to say that, I want to call you a skinny monkey and a cripple. I want to see how you're going to kill me after you're angry. The voice carried an unrestrained and domineering aura. The valley once again fell silent. Everyone looked at the person who had spoken. Lin Ling had actually cursed the moving mountain condor again, and he was not afraid of a battle. Lin Ling, you. Even Su Jimin's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not even at the level of Wu Sheng. How could he fight? You must bear my anger. This is an anger that you can never bear. Lin Ling, die. If I can't kill you within 3 moves, I, the moving mountain condor, will never leave the vine leaf world. Chapter 1797. The moving mountain technique, kill him. 3 moves. I think 1 move is enough. What an arrogant Lin Ling. Let's see how he continues to be arrogant. After many people were stunned, angry curses filled the sky. Lin Ling had been arrogant before, but now he was even more arrogant. Moving mountain and filling the sea. Under countless gazes, the moving mountain condor clearly wanted to kill Lin Ling immediately. He waved his hands at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a terrifying power of law erupted. Although the moving mountain condor was short, after he unleashed his power, his entire body seemed to have become taller. The moving mountain technique. The moving mountain condor is indeed the inheritance of the mountain celestial. He was lucky to obtain the latter's technique, and now his strength has increased greatly. In the depths of the valley, the top celestial emperors said indifferently. The moving mountain condor could become the 6th-ranked celestial emperor, so his strength could not be underestimated. According to legend, when the moving mountain technique was cultivated to the peak, one could move a mountain of a world. This showed how terrifying it was. Rumble. Something terrifying happened. The valley seemed to be enveloped by heaven and earth, and a palm slammed down from the sky. I'll kill you with 1 move. That palm seemed to be able to move mountains and fill the sea. The moment it landed, the ground of the valley caved in. It was terrifying. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others retreated, their faces filled with worry. Beside them, Su Jimin frowned and said, Lin Ling, you're too impulsive. The moving mountain condor has mastered the moving mountain technique and moved the mountain of the vine leaf world over. Moving mountain. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others' expressions changed. What kind of power of law was this? It could actually move a mountain, and they saw that it was definitely not a mountain. No wonder all the people who fought with him did not have any corpses left. They were crushed by several large mountains and probably turned into ashes. Tyrant Shuriren said with a frown. She was sure that even she was not a match for the moving mountain condor. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the mountain crashed down. At this moment, under the mountain, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. What a strange innate ability to move mountains. But could the moving mountain condor move mountains? He could too. Boom. In the end, several large mountains crashed down. Upon closer inspection, they were the most mountain of the vine leaf world. He's dead. Many people began to look forward to it. Lin Ling was still not qualified to fight against the 10 great celestial emperors. Get up. At this moment, an angry roar rang out. The invincible war god had arrived. Under countless shocked gazes, the mountain was forcefully lifted up by someone, and a blue-white robe could be vaguely seen. Bang bang bang. Moreover, the mountain was moving. This made the crowd realize that Lin Ling was lifting the mountain with one hand and advancing towards the moving mountain eagle. Boom. Everyone's hearts exploded. What kind of strength was needed to lift a mountain and move forward? One had to know that those were not ordinary mountains, but the divine mountains of the vine leaf world. Even the moving mountain condor sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Lin Ling possessed the power of 15 universes? You have some ability. No wonder you are so arrogant. I want to see how many mountains you can lift. Move mountains to mend the sky. The moving mountain eagle let out an angry roar and struck out a complicated martial arts imprint. Another huge mountain came crashing down from the sky. Boom! A total of 9 mountains once again pressed down on Lin Ling's body, causing many people to stop breathing. Lin Ling should be dead by now. Shorty. You dare to call this strength moving mountains? However, amidst the rumbling sounds, a cold shout drifted out. It was as if there were giants moving forward on the ground, as if there were ancient deities carrying mountains as they moved forward. Hiss. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still the trash Lin Ling that they had thought was trash? If Lin Ling was trash among the celestial emperors, then what about them? Perhaps they were even worse than trash. Demon Pass Mountain, smash it for me. At this moment, the moving mountain eagle's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. He had originally wanted to kill Lin Ling with a single move, but in the end, Lin Ling had given him a fierce slap in front of everyone. What was the use of moving mountains? He, Lin Ling, could also move mountains. Moreover, he had shouted the word "shorty" even louder. He was arrogant and unruly, mocking him in front of everyone. Demon Pass Mountain is a famous mountain in the periphery of the demon realm. The moving mountain eagle has actually moved a mountain from the mortal realm here. The crowd's hearts exploded. The moving mountain eagle's innate talent was so terrifying. In the sky, the majestic and ancient giant mountain smashed down. It was like the ruthless palm of the Demon King. Before it landed, the light in the entire valley dimmed, and the sky was blocked. When this mountain smashed down, not only Lin Ling, but many celestial emperors would also be smashed to death. At this moment, many celestial emperors were trembling with fear. Not to mention the gold celestial emperors, even the diamond celestial emperors were afraid. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling shouted angrily. He raised the mountain in his hand towards the sky. Then, his entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball, and his fist fiercely punched out. He had thought that the moving mountain eagle's innate talent was very powerful, but in the end, it was just a technique to move mountains. Unfortunately, this kind of innate talent was effective on others, but to Lin Ling, who had the power of 18 universes, it was simply tofu dregs. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Rumble. Lin Ling, who had risen from the ground, had a dragon claw appear in his hand. Like an awl, he grabbed at the sky. Everywhere he passed, those stiff divine mountains shattered like tofu, causing rocks to splatter in all directions. In the end, more than a dozen mountains were all crushed by Lin Ling. After a boom, the light in the sky returned to normal. However, on the ground, there was no sound. There was only the sound of heartbeats. Lin Ling had easily broken through the 3 moves of the moving mountain eagle. This Lin Ling's strength had probably stepped into the ranks of the 10 great celestial emperors. In the depths of the valley, the strongest celestial emperors could not sit still anymore. They all stood up and said, "Isn't this guy an earth stage innate talent? Why did I sense that he seems to have a heaven stage innate talent?" Not to mention them, even the moving mountain eagle at this moment sucked in a breath of cold air. He had thought that Lin Ling dared to mock him, and that was a struggle before death. However, only now did he realize that Lin Ling had the absolute right to mock him. "I still have one power of law that I have not used. According to my original plan, that power of law was left for Su Jimin. Who knew that this Lin Ling would be so fierce? If we continue to fight now, the situation will be disadvantageous to me because Lin Ling still has Su Jimin and Tyrant by his side." The moving mountain eagle's eyes kept flickering. He knew that Lin Ling was definitely not an ant. His strength was only slightly weaker than his. Today's battle will continue outside the vine leaf world. I'll take my leave now. The moving mountain eagle did not want to waste too much energy because he also had to be wary of Xie Yun. Therefore, he immediately left the valley. Moreover, if he continued to stay, he would be ridiculed endlessly. Ran away. Seeing the moving mountain eagle leave decisively, everyone's expressions froze. Previously, the moving mountain eagle had been so arrogant, as if he had become a hero of the human world after killing Lin Ling. However, now he had run away. Furthermore, he had run away in front of countless people. The name of the 10 great celestial emperors was extremely ironic. He's afraid of Lin Ling. Su Jimin also sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, she had thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant and had angered the moving mountain eagle. However, she now realized that Lin Ling had enough qualifications and capital to anger the former. Then, she laughed bitterly. Emperor Li's-Ho had asked her to protect Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than hers. Where did the protection come from? However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was cold. He said softly, "No one has ever wanted to kill me, but after failing, they have been able to escape from my hands." Boom! As soon as this voice fell, the celestial emperors in the valley seemed to have been struck by lightning. Chapter 1798. There was no way to escape. What a terrifying Lin Ling! At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. In their eyes, that blue robe was incomparably dazzling at this moment. It was as if he was going to dominate the heaven and earth emperor's world. In fact, Lin Ling was already half invincible in the heaven and earth emperor's world. However, although Lin Ling could not be underestimated, the moving mountain eagle should have had some misgivings before, so he did not use his full strength. Now that Lin Ling had chased after him, without Su Jimin and Shuriren, it was hard to say whether Lin Ling could return alive. Lin Ling might die. He will definitely die. The moving mountain eagle is Wu Xing's 3rd stage, and Lin Ling is only at the Saint realm. Previously, he had to use all his strength to block those 3 moves. Just wait. Just wait. The news of Lin Ling's death will come back. Yes. Many people gritted their teeth and said. In fact, they were mostly comforting themselves. Perhaps they did not want to see a rising star dominate the heaven and earth emperor's world in such a short period of time. At this moment, the moving mountain eagle did not expect Lin Ling to chase after him. He only wanted to leave the vine leaf world, but soon, he sensed a whistling sound coming from behind. When he turned his head to look, he could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling had actually chased after him. Lin Ling, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Stop. At this moment, he only wanted to laugh. He was worried about Lin Ling and Su Jimin joining forces, but it did not mean that he was worried about Lin Ling alone. If you chase after me like this, you will definitely die. Stop. The moving mountain eagle felt elated. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so cooperative and take the initiative to die. You talk a lot of nonsense. Did you become one of the 10 great celestial emperors by talking nonsense? Stop. Lin Ling also stopped and looked into the distance. He saw the evil clouds sweeping over from the ground in front of him, so he did not intend to talk too much nonsense. Whether or not I'm relying on nonsense, you'll find out. You should know that I didn't use my full strength before. I still have a hidden law. That law is my strongest technique. Plus, my realm is higher than yours, so your talent can't bring you any advantage. You're right. Stop. The moving mountain eagle was incomparably confident. Then do you know what grade of heaven stage my talent is when I wasn't afraid of your power of law? Stop. Lin Ling extended his right hand, and a flame burned quietly. It was so dazzling and violent. When the moving mountain eagle heard Lin Ling's words, he frowned. In reality, he was also curious. 10th grade. Stop. Lin Ling spat out. Like thunder, the moving mountain eagle's face changed drastically. No wonder his realm was so much higher than Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling was still not afraid of him. It turned out that the difference in talent was too great. You should not say it, because if I did not kill you, I would definitely tell the world about your talent. At that time, those big shots of the mortal world would want to kill you even more. Moreover, it is not like I have never met a 10th grade heaven rank talent, so I know that if we were in the same realm, I would not be your opponent. However, you are only in the saint realm. Your talent cannot make up for your flaws. You are not invincible. The moving mountain eagle exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding mountains moved, as if he controlled all the mountains in the world. Obviously, his trump card was even more terrifying. The true limit of the moving mountain technique was to control mountains thousands of miles away. In this battle, Lin Ling must die. If Lin Ling did not die, he would definitely kill Lin Ling and announce Lin Ling's secret. Indeed, sometimes talent cannot make up for the difference in realm. Since that is the case, I might as well tell you another piece of news. If you announce this news, the big shots of the mortal world will reward you greatly. The flame in Lin Ling's hand became more and more vigorous. At this moment, it was burning wildly, causing the moving mountain eagle's body to tremble. What kind of flame was that? Why did it feel so pressured, as if it could burn all the mountains in the world? What news? The moving mountain eagle asked subconsciously. Apart from the 10th grade heaven rank talent on the surface, I actually have divine rank talent. Lin Ling said softly. This sentence was filled with confidence, as if an underground volcano had finally erupted at this moment. What? The moving mountain eagle's pupils trembled fiercely. For the first time, panic rose in his heart. Lin Ling had divine rank talent. Previously, he had said that sometimes talent could not make up for the difference in realm. But what about divine rank talent? I think you should also be curious about the power of divine rank talent. Since that is the case, I will show you the power of soaring dragon. Lin Ling's pupils were incomparably cold. The white flame in his right hand finally bloomed, turning into a 5-meter-tall flame that boiled in Lin Ling's palm. One could faintly see that the Yellow Springs mountain range was actually within the flame. Mountain, come! The moving mountain eagle shouted anxiously. At this moment, he regretted it. He should have continued to run instead of choosing to fight Lin Ling out of luck. This was because in this battle, he had used his trump card, but Lin Ling had used an even more terrifying trump card. Rumble. The surrounding mountains seemed to be controlled as they moved crazily, causing the sky to change color. In reality, the moving mountain eagle's strength was indeed terrifying. He could control millions of mountains. In the Celestial Emperor's world, there were no more than 10 people who could defeat him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was one of them. Roar. A white fire dragon swam out. The power of law was boundless and terrifying. Pop. 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 The surrounding mountains were like paper. At this moment, they all melted, causing the sky to rumble violently. In the mountains, the moving mountain eagle seemed to be trapped in a city. Facing the terrifying flames from all directions, his face turned pale, and his body trembled. Was this the power of a divine rank talent? There was nothing that could not be burned. Moreover, there was a cold aura in the scorching flames, as if they were the flames of the ghost realm. He was a little confused. Previously, when he entered the Vine Leaf world, wasn't Lin Ling an Earth-rank talent? How did it become a Heaven-rank talent now? Moreover, a Heaven-rank talent was nothing. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's talent was divine rank. He could not help but think of the initial test. At that time, Lin Ling had activated the highest level of the giant tower, and that level represented divine rank talent. Unfortunately, no one believed it. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was not qualified to have divine rank talent. Now, he knew that everyone had been deceived. At this moment, he really wanted to spread the news and let the big shots of the human world know so that they could kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he did not have any chance. If he had known earlier, he would not have fought Lin Ling from the beginning. Because with Lin Ling's strength, even if he faced Mustang and Xianyuan Xiang, he would not be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, heaven and earth did not know earlier. Boom! Flames drowned the mountains and turned them into ashes, forming the yellow spring flames. The moving mountain eagle was filled with regret, fear, and panic. In the end, his body was burned. Chapter 1799. Who would dare to do that? Bring your head here. Then, Lin Ling spat out coldly. A soul floated up from the ruins. He was holding a human head in his hands and his face was filled with respect and flattery. This was the soul of the moving mountain eagle. He had been burned to death by the Yellow Springs flames and his soul was controlled by Lin Ling. Great Emperor. When the moving mountain eagle saw Lin Ling, he smiled bitterly and knelt down to greet him. Although Lin Ling was the enemy who had killed him, he could not summon any thoughts of resistance. It was as if a flame had been planted in the depths of his soul and Lin Ling was his master forever. If he had any thoughts of resistance, Lin Ling could easily sense it. This was the terror of the Yellow Springs flames. Thinking about it, after being killed by one's enemy, not only did he not hate the enemy, he was even respectful. Who would not be afraid of such a heaven-defying talent? You are considered my first subordinate. Unfortunately, you only have half of your strength left. This strength is too weak. Lin Ling did not destroy the soul of the moving mountain eagle. Instead, he stroked his chin and said. The moving mountain eagle was Wuxing's stage 3 realm. If it only had half of its strength left, then it would be equivalent to Wuxing's stage 1 realm. Of course, Lin Ling had a feeling that as long as he could control more Yellow Springs flames, the soul of the deceased would have more strength left. It might even be able to retain the strength of its peak. When that time came, Lin Ling would have a terrifying Yellow Springs army. I'm sorry. I wanted you to reincarnate and be a tall person in your next life. But now, you can't even reincarnate and can only continue to be a short person. Now that I say that you're short, you won't have any objections, right? Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, the moving mountain eagle smiled bitterly. He did want to reincarnate, but it seemed that he would continue to be a short person. As for objections, would he dare to have? Seeing Lin Ling was like seeing the Yellow Springs great emperor. He did not dare to have any objections. Then, he handed his head to Lin Ling with a wry smile. Previously, Lin Ling had burned him to death, but he had kept his head as a deterrent. And now, he was giving his own head to Lin Ling. This feeling was extremely strange. "Enter my Zifu," Lin Ling said again. He let the moving mountain condor turn into a ray of light and disappeared into the purple mansion. Then, Lin Ling's heart stirred. On the ground, a green ring floated over. It was the moving mountain condor's green ring. After Lin Ling checked it, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. There were so many vine fruits inside that it was beyond his imagination. As expected of one of the 10 great sky kings. With these gains, in addition to his and Shuriren's gains, the first place in the vine leaf world belonged to Shuriren. Following this, Lin Ling looked at the sky and looked quite worried. He quickly headed towards the valley. The evil cloud was getting closer and closer, and he had to bring the fire spirit princess and the others away. At that moment, in the valley, everybody was talking. Lin Ling is probably dead. The moving mountain condor can control millions of mountains, it will definitely crush Lin Ling to death. Su Jimin, you should have followed him, but now you regret it. The hero of the human world has become the moving mountain condor. Even the second and first sky kings stood up and smiled. They were Mo Shang and Xian Yuanxiang. One of them was from Yungu Celestial Stage, the other one was from Champion University. They had wanted to attack before, but after thinking about it, they knew that Lin Ling couldn't escape from them. Therefore, they hoped that the moving mountain condor would bring Lin Ling's head back. I don't want the title of hero of the human world, but I'm very interested in Lin Ling's head. Indeed. When we leave the vine leaf world, I'll show everybody Lin Ling's head, I wonder what will happen. Mo Shang, you're so arrogant, you'll make Emperor Li Shou furious. What? What's there to be afraid of? I can tell them that Lin Ling died in the mouth of a wild beast. I just happened to find his corpse, so I brought his head back. All right. The 2 sky kings were laughing and talking. The crowd burst into laughter. That was a vicious move. Lin Ling, the hero of the human world, had become a demon of the human world. His head was being used as a reward, that was shocking news. The most important thing was that the 7 emperors couldn't do anything about it. You're all bastards. All right. In the distance, Princess Huoling and the others were furious. Those people wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Unfortunately, their voices only made the crowd laugh even more. As for Shuriren, Su Jimin, and the others, their expressions were extremely serious. They were worried about Lin Ling. However, Shuriren quickly calmed down. Even she couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so she guessed that Lin Ling wouldn't die. At most, he would fail to kill the moving mountain eagle and return with some light injuries. At that moment, footsteps slowly came from the small path in the valley, causing the entire valley to fall silent. Then, countless eyes subconsciously stared at the small path. Gradually, a long robe, like the blue sky and white clouds, quietly appeared. At that moment, everyone became nervous. The moving mountain eagle was ranked 6th among the 10 sky kings. It had even threatened to change the situation of the sky kings and step into the 5th place. Lin Ling was a rising star, a hero of the human world. He was a junior in name, but the previous battle had already proven that Lin Ling's strength could also be ranked among the 10 sky kings. Now, who had returned from the battle between the 2 strongest sky kings? Sorry, I'm back. Finally, a smiling voice drifted out from the valley. Under countless gazes, the blue and white robe became clearer and clearer. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Moreover, In order to prove and intimidate, a human head fell to the ground and rolled into everyone's line of sight in a shocking manner, causing everyone to stop breathing. That human head could not be any clearer. Who else could it be other than the mountain-shifting eagle? This meant that in the final battle between Lin Ling and the moving mountain eagle, Lin Ling had returned victorious. And Lin Ling had become the 6th among the 10 Sky Kings. At that moment, the entire valley was dead silent. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Although Lin Ling hadn't lost to the moving mountain eagle before, Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the Saint realm, while the moving mountain eagle was at the Wuxia realm. If they really fought to the death, the moving mountain eagle would definitely win. You killed the moving mountain eagle. After the silence, Mustang's surprised voice drifted out. Can't you see with your dog eyes? Maybe the moving mountain eagle doesn't look like this. Did I kill the wrong person? Lin Ling looked at him with a cold smile. Everyone finally started to breathe, but they all gasped. They naturally knew what the moving mountain eagle looked like, but they were puzzled. How did Lin Ling win? However, no matter how he won, there was no doubt that Lin Ling's strength was recognized. At this moment, the Sky Kings looked at Lin Ling with deep reverence. If they were a little afraid of Lin Ling at the beginning, then now they were in awe and fear of Lin Ling. Before entering the Vine Leaf world, I remember that many people wanted to kill me. Now, who dares to fight me? You can team up and fight me, or you can fight me alone. If you kill me, you can become the heroes of the mortal world. Who dares to fight me? If you kill me, you can also receive the rewards of the mortal world's big shots. Who dares to fight me? Lin Ling's gaze swept across the Sky Kings. His cold eyes had a sharp light. At this moment, he finally drew his sword. Chapter 1800. All of his trump cards erupted. Dang dang dang. All of the celestial emperors retreated. If they still thought that Lin Ling was trash, then they were fools. They simply didn't dare to fight. Lin Ling's return with a head clearly intimidated them. Who dares to fight? Lin Ling took a step forward. His calm aura was like a monstrous wave, causing all of the celestial emperors to retreat once more. This scene was undoubtedly grand and magnificent. Princess Fire Spirit, Baiyun Tiandi, Su Jimin, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so terrifying, intimidating all of the celestial emperors by himself. One had to know that the celestial emperors that could appear here were all elites among geniuses. None of them were simple. But now, they were all afraid of one person. At this point, even Su Jimin couldn't do it. I don't dare to fight. Scram! Lin Ling roared once more. That aura was completely different from before he entered the Vine Leaf world. All of the celestial emperors were silent. They could only lower their heads and watch Lin Ling bloom with a terrifying light. The Lin Ling before them was clearly proving that as a hero of the mortal world, he also had the corresponding strength. Good, I'll fight you. At this time, Mustang finally let out a low voice. He couldn't watch as Lin Ling swept away all of the celestial emperors. The crowd looked at Mustang, their eyes filled with anticipation. But at this time, they didn't dare to arrogantly say it out loud. They could only pray in their hearts that Mustang could defeat Lin Ling. No need. You and the first-rank celestial emperors can come together. However, Lin Ling lightly said. His words were calm, but they were like heavenly thunder, causing the complexions of the celestial emperors to change. What was called sweeping away all heroes? What was called Mad God World? This was it. Lin Ling wanted to fight two celestial emperors by himself. Moreover, they were the two strongest celestial emperors. You shut up. With my strength, how can I join forces with Shenyuan Xiang? I can kill you by myself. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Mustang's eyes turned red as he howled in rage. Lin Ling, I'm the #1 Heavenly Emperor. In my life, I've never teamed up with anyone. You should fight with Mustang. Xian Yuanxiang said. Sure. Lin Ling coldly laughed. Since he had risen up today, he naturally had to prove himself. First, he had to defeat Mustang, and then fight Xian Yuanxiang. Although this wasn't a bad idea, he didn't have much time. Lin Ling, your innate talent is at the heavenly stage, and so am I. However, my strength and the power of laws are stronger than the moving mountain eagles, so don't be too confident. Mustang walked out, step by step. Sorrowful law energy permeated the air around him, capable of causing his opponents to lose the ability to fight. Rumble. The earth immediately started quaking. As long as the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were very close to Mustang, they all felt dizzy, as if they were drunk, unable to distinguish the direction. This was Mustang's innate talent. The most terrifying thing was that his innate talent seemed to have reached the 4th grade of the heavenly stage. Powerful innate talent and unparalleled law energy allowed Mustang to easily defeat experts of the same level, not to mention Lin Ling who was at the Saint Realm. Sorrowful Law. The Great Sorrowful Curse. Su Jimin frowned. To be able to become one of the 10 heavenly emperors, none of them were weak. The sorrowful curse was very terrifying, capable of causing the opponent to feel dizzy and lose the ability to fight. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Mustang's innate talent was also very mysterious. The tree of innate talents of heaven and earth had indeed given birth to many strange innate talents. However, no matter how strong his innate talent was, it was useless. As long as his level wasn't higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. After all, the Fiend God Overlord physique was the strongest innate talent in defense. After that, Lin Ling looked at the sky and frowned, let's end this quickly. Time is limited, so in one move, I'll make you lose the ability to fight. At this moment, he didn't plan to hide any more trump cards. He planned to use all of them because the evil cloud was getting closer and closer. What? However, no one could understand Lin Ling's thoughts, but Lin Ling's words obviously caused everyone's eyes to widen. Lin Ling didn't plan to fight to the death, but instead wanted to end the battle quickly. Did he think Mustang was a piece of trash? You think you can do it? Mustang sneered, but in the next moment, a terrifying soul force rushed towards him. Maple Snow Sorrow Blade. He had the law of sorrowful law energy, while Lin Ling had the law of sorrowful law energy. Who was stronger? At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force had greatly increased. It was even stronger than before he entered the Vine Leaf world. His soul force was a trump card that could reverse the universe. You sneak attacked me. Mustang began to retreat. He felt an extremely strong pressure, which caused him to spit out. However, his words were somewhat sarcastic, because before Lin Ling attacked, he had already made it clear that he wanted to end the battle quickly, so how could he sneak attack him? It's just that the evil clouds are getting closer and closer, so I don't want to waste time. Lin Ling coldly shook his head. His soul force transformed into hundreds of small knives, madly shooting towards Mustang, causing Mustang's expression to change drastically. What a terrifying soul force, it had probably reached the level of 180. This was the first time he had met someone with such a terrifying soul force. He continuously retreated. The law of sorrowful law had no effect on Lin Ling, and his panicked expression fell into the eyes of the crowd, causing them to open their mouths wide, speechless. The dignified second-ranked Celestial Emperor was being suppressed by a single attack. Ping! Lin Ling knew that his soul force wasn't enough to kill Mustang. Hence, after using his soul force, he took advantage of the moment when Mustang's soul was injured and ruthlessly punched out. Under the impact of his punch, Mustang coughed out blood as his body was sent flying. How fierce! The spectators stared at the imposing Lin Ling as the rumbling in their hearts intensified. Mustang's curse of sorrow was able to cause his opponents to feel dizzy, causing them to lose the ability to battle. But now, Lin Ling had shown him what dizziness truly was. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling treated Mustang as a punching bag, his terrifying fists unceasingly punched out, causing the valley to rumble unceasingly. Mustang was injured by the soul force, and in addition to Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, he could only vomit blood. If not for his strength, he would have been obliterated long ago. Of course, he had lost to Lin Ling unjustly, because Lin Ling had used his trump card from the start, while Lin Ling had hidden his trump card during the battle with the moving mountain eagle. The two were different concepts. It could only be said that he was very unlucky. Because of the evil cloud's arrival, Lin Ling wanted to end the battle quickly, but he had bumped into Lin Ling's muzzle. Is this still the second-ranked Mustang? Lin Ling's strength, could it be that he has already stepped into the second place of the 10 celestial emperors? At this moment, there was no one who wasn't shocked. Lin Ling's radiance was too dazzling. On the other side, Xianyuan Xiang's expression was ugly. He had originally thought that Mustang could make Lin Ling use his full strength, and he wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Who would have thought that Lin Ling could easily suppress Mustang, and if this continued, Mustang would undoubtedly be killed. Lin Ling was obviously much stronger than what the rumors said. Every one of his trump cards was extremely ferocious. Divine Dragon Cannon. Chapter 1801. Xie Yun's arrival. This divine dragon cannon was 1,000 miles long, and its surface was covered with dragon scales. At the mouth of the ferocious dragon, a green light seemed to condense like starlight. The dragon's mouth was aimed at Lin Ling, as if it wanted to blast him to smithereens. How shameful, Xianyuan Xiang said before that he would not join hands, but now he is helping Mustang. Dragon God Cannon, has the dragon warrior arrived? The crowd's hearts exploded. This battle could be said to be extremely exciting. Even the first Sky Emperor had made his move. Obviously, Xianyuan Xiang did not want to see Lin Ling rise. He wanted to obliterate Lin Ling. He even thought that he might not be able to defeat Lin Ling, so he chose to join hands. But in this way, he had arrogantly said before that he would not join hands. This was equivalent to slapping his own face. Rumble. The moment the Dragon God Cannon appeared, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The terrifying power of law turned into a beam of light and shot towards Lin Ling. This cannon was extremely terrifying because it was imprinted with the power of 3 laws. It was Xianyuan Xiang's trump card. Obviously, Lin Ling had used all of his trump cards to let Xianyuan Xiang know that he could not hide anything from Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He had used all of his trump cards, and his battle strength was naturally terrifying. First, it was to intimidate the crowd. Second, before Xie Yun's arrival, he could also defeat Mustang. However, after using his strongest trump card, he did not expect Xianyuan Xiang to attack him. However, Lin Ling did not only have one trump card. Dragon soars in the universe. Dragon God. Lin Ling gathered all of his strength, forming a terrifying fire dragon and charging towards the Dragon God Cannon in the sky. Within that fire dragon, there was even the terrifying yellow spring flame burning. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would definitely be able to kill Xianyuan Xiang with his god-tier talent. However, he had used the yellow spring's flame once before, causing its power to be greatly reduced. This was also one of his current weaknesses. His realm was too low, and his Dantian's strength was insufficient. When facing Xianyuan Xiang's most powerful divine dragon cannon, Lin Ling's god-devil overlord physique couldn't gain an advantage. That was because Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so only a god-level talent could make up for his weakness. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, the two divine dragons collided. On one side was a scorching fire dragon, and on the other side was an ancient azure dragon. It was as if the world of dragons had appeared before everyone's eyes. Violent and domineering. All of the heavenly emperors' mouths were dry. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had actually already stepped into the ranks of the strongest heavenly emperors, able to fight with the number one heavenly emperor. Boom! The dazzling pillar of light collided with the blazing flames, and with a final boom, the entire mountain valley was blasted apart, turning into ashes. However, the two divine dragons had also dissipated into nothingness. This result undoubtedly caused the spectators to be dumbfounded. One must know that Lin Ling had made his move in a hurry, while Xianyuan Xiang had made ample preparations, and had even joined forces with Mustang. However, the result was a draw. Then what if Lin Ling used his full strength? Naturally, the answer was obvious. Lin Ling could defeat Xianyuan Xiang. He was truly the number one heavenly emperor. At this moment, no one could see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling had too many secrets. How could you block my divine dragon cannon? At this moment, Xianyuan Xiang let out a cry of horror. In his imagination, Lin Ling was definitely going to die, but the result was only a draw. Can you be any more disgraceful? You said that you wouldn't join hands, but now you are joining hands. Moreover, you can't defeat me even if you join hands. You have brought shame to the Xianyuan clan. After repelling the divine dragon cannon, Lin Ling frowned and said coldly. The ridicule in his words was extremely strong, and it was like a slap to Xianyuan Xiang's face, causing his face to turn red. This is the number one heavenly emperor. Following this, a large number of mocking voices came from the seven emperors' world. If we are talking about who is shameless, Xianyuan Xiang is the most shameless. Hearing these words, Xianyuan Xiang was so angry that his body trembled. However, he had all kinds of doubts in his mind. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent was 8th grade heaven realm? Or even 9th grade? On the other side, Mustang's mouth was trembling. Lin Ling was fighting the two of them together, but it was actually a draw. This was the Lin Ling that he had looked down on from the beginning. This made him feel very ironic. What right did he have to look down on Lin Ling? What strength did he have to think that he could kill Lin Ling? Not to mention him, even Tyrant Shi and the other heavenly emperors were shocked. They had never thought that Lin Ling, who had used all his trump cards, would be so terrifying. The heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world should unite as one to resist the invaders. Earlier, I only interfered because I didn't want you to kill Mustang. I didn't want to harm you, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to stand up. At this moment, Xianyuan Xiang suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently. What a good, unite and fight against external enemies. When I first entered the valley and everyone wanted to kill me, why didn't you stand up and say something? Now you are putting up a plaque for yourself. Don't you think it's very ironic? Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly sneered, and the ridicule in his words became even stronger, causing Xianyuan Xiang's expression to change continuously. He naturally knew that his words were difficult to convince, but if he didn't say anything, it would be even more embarrassing, so he had to find an excuse to prove himself. Of course, other than himself, who would believe his words? On the Yungu Immortal platform side, the faces of the heavenly emperors were gloomy. Even if they didn't admit it, the facts had already proven that Lin Ling was the number one heavenly emperor. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the valley suddenly changed. In the distance, evil clouds rolled over, vast and mighty, as if they wanted to annihilate everything in the world. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Previously, they were all attracted by the exciting battle and had forgotten about the terrifying evil clouds. This made them all look towards the sky, only to see dark clouds covering the entire sky, as if doomsday had arrived. Within the rolling dark clouds, Buddhist chants could be heard. It was like a Buddha, but also evil, causing people to tremble in fear. Ah! Some of the heavenly emperors were covered by the evil clouds and immediately cried out in pain. The evil clouds were like countless hands, rushing into the mouths, noses, and eyes of the heavenly emperors. During this process, the heavenly emperors' bodies trembled, as if they were experiencing the most terrifying punishment in their lives. In just a moment, the eyes of the heavenly emperors emitted a dark golden light, and the sound of walking dead floated out, "Buddha is merciful." Boom! Seeing this scene, everyone's heart palpitated. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This monster was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but look at the Fire Spirit Princess and the others. "Why are you still in a daze? Let's go." The Fire Spirit Princess and the others also reacted. After the shock, everyone in the valley came to their senses. They had to leave this place immediately. Evil Buddha lineage. At this moment, Mustang frowned and spat out a sentence. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the 7 emperors' heaven, and he shouted angrily, "The evil clouds have already covered the entire valley. It's difficult for us to escape. Someone must be willing to sacrifice. For the world, for the entire mortal world, the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world gives you a mission: stop the evil clouds." Chapter 1802. Escape. For the human world, the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world, stop the evil clouds. Xianyuan Xiang also shouted furiously, causing a commotion among the crowd. They knew that Xia Yun wanted to devour people, so people had to be sacrificed. Only then would they have enough time to escape. But would they have to sacrifice the people of the 7 emperors' heaven? "Attack!" said Xianyuan Xiang mercilessly. He released cosmic energies and surrounded the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world, pushing them towards the evil clouds. Of course, he also attacked the Fire Spirit Princess, Bai Yuntiandi, and the others. After he attacked, Mustang, the one who had made the suggestion, was also cruel and merciless. Not only did he attack, but he also asked the celestial emperors of Champion University to attack. The celestial emperor's world was in danger. "Bastard!" shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world furiously. Su Jimin hadn't thought Mustang would make such a suggestion. Many celestial emperors were surrounded by the evil clouds. Mustang smiled sinisterly, and after exchanging a glance with Xianyuan Xiang, they hurriedly left this place. Boom boom boom. The valley was in chaos. The celestial emperors who had left slowly were surrounded by the evil clouds. Bai Yin Tiandi, Tyrant Shi Ren, Xiao Yan, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were also surrounded by the evil clouds. Before, Xianyuan Xiang had attacked them on purpose. They weren't as strong as Xianyuan Xiang, and on top of that, everything had happened too quickly. Mustang, Xianyuan Xiang. Staring at the despicable Mustang and the others, Lin Ling's countenance turned extremely cold. He didn't expect these 2 fellows to be so sinister. Suddenly, he understood that Mustang's target was him, Lin Ling. Because Mustang knew that if the White Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the others were in danger, Lin Ling would definitely save them. "If I don't kill you, I'm not a human," said Lin Ling icily. He released his godly demon overlord body and jumped into the evil clouds. At that moment, the evil clouds looked like a catastrophe. Apart from the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' celestial emperors, many celestial emperors from Champion University were surrounded by the evil clouds. Many evil beasts were surrounding them. "If this goes on, we will definitely die. The evil cloud is about to cover this area. At that time, no one will be able to escape." Many celestial emperors were searching for the only way out, but all around them were evil clouds. They had no idea where to leave from. At this moment, Lin Ling was rushing towards the direction where the evil clouds were the weakest. However, that was only for now. It wouldn't be long before this path was also covered by the evil clouds. After entering the evil cloud, Lin Ling looked around and discovered the Seven Emperors' Heaven's location. Then, he rushed over. Scram! The previous battle had consumed a lot of Lin Ling's strength. Fortunately, the celestial demon overlord body was physical strength, so it was of great help now. Bang bang! With every punch, the evil beings blocking his path would explode, and evil energy would spread out in all directions. Lin Ling is here. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others also saw Lin Ling and immediately became excited. Moreover, their hearts were filled with deep gratitude. Every time they were in danger, the one who saved them was Lin Ling. Leader. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Su Jimin and the others were next to him. Leave immediately! Shouted Lin Ling. He didn't have time to talk. At the same time, he threw a punch and the evil beings around him were all pushed back. Lin Ling was a cultivator of the 10th Tian level. He was much stronger than ordinary people when it came to resisting evil qi. Follow Lin Ling! Shouted Bai Yun Tiandi and the others. They ran towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling took them with him. On the way, the celestial emperors of Yungu Celestial Stage and Champion University also gathered together. Only by following the group could they have a chance to escape. However, the evil clouds seemed to have a spirit. When they saw that Lin Ling was trying to escape, the evil clouds moved even faster. Many evil beings blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth and sky. Many celestial emperors died. Bastard, Mo Shang, if I don't die, I won't live under the same sky as you. Xian Yuan Xiang, you're dead. Shouted the celestial emperors who had been betrayed by Mo Shang. Merciful Buddha. In front of them, the evil clouds finally blocked the way out. Everybody's face turned deathly pale. There was no way out. This time, they were definitely going to die. Are we all going to die? The fire spirit princess stared ahead with her bright eyes. Was she still too slow? How many people can escape? Don't give up. However, as soon as she said that, Lin Ling's voice spread in the air. No matter what kind of danger they encountered, as long as he was still alive, he wouldn't give up. Everybody, attack one place. Open the evil clouds, I'll block the evil beings behind. Shouted Lin Ling again. There were many people he couldn't let go of here. The fire spirit princess, little flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and so on. Therefore, no matter what, he had to bring everyone out of here. Bai Yun Tiandi, Tyrant Shi Ren, and even Su Jimin were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Ling still hadn't given up. It seemed like the reason why Lin Ling could become the first celestial emperor wasn't unrelated to his tenacity. Listen to Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven immediately nodded and attacked one of the evil clouds. Su Jimin and the others did the same. Rumble. More than a dozen people worked together and the evil clouds in front of them were gradually torn apart, revealing the outside world. However, the area that was torn apart was very small. It was only a meter wide and was slowly shrinking. That's outside, I see outside. Outside. One of the celestial emperors on the ancient immortal platform trembled. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, he rushed forward. Everyone was stunned, especially the celestial emperors under the 7 emperors' heaven. They were all furious. The opening was only a meter wide, which was not enough for everyone to rush out. However, that celestial emperor was only thinking about his own life, so he tried to rush out of the evil clouds. One-dimensional space. However, before that celestial emperor could get close to the exit, Lin Ling stepped out and punched out, shattering the space. Lin Ling, you. The celestial emperor's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to attack him. He wanted to say something, but he was killed by a punch. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Ling, what a ruthless method. Lin Ling, everyone is doomed. Why are you making things difficult for your own people? Said a celestial emperor on the ancient immortal platform with a frown. If you talk nonsense again, kill. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He shouted angrily, that person only cares about himself. What's the use of leaving such a person alive? Let me tell you, you'd better use all your strength to open the passage. Whoever dares to break the rules, run away first. Don't blame me for being merciless. Kill. His voice was like thunder, causing all the celestial emperors to tremble. How could they still care about themselves? That's right, we opened the path before. Don't you feel embarrassed to take advantage of us? If you want to go out, then work together to open the passage. Little Flame also said in a low voice. Okay, Lin Ling, we'll listen to you. Kill. Chapter 1803. Resisting the Evil Cloud Rumble. The celestial emperors of the three myths all made their moves, attacking the evil cloud. The evil cloud was like a wriggling cloud layer, constantly being torn apart but also constantly merging back together. However, in the end, it still couldn't block the attacks of the celestial emperors. Hence, the exit gradually became bigger and bigger. When the exit became a dozen meters wide, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Charge out. Time was of the essence. If they were slower by a breath, they might never be able to leave. The celestial emperors rushed towards the exit one after another. However, at this moment, many of them turned their heads to look and shouted in unison, Lin Ling, leave quickly. However, the moment they turned around, their hearts trembled violently. At this moment, behind them were densely packed evil beings. These evil beings actually drowned Lin Ling. This made them realize that if it wasn't for Lin Ling blocking these evil beings, they might have already died, let alone opening the exit. Lin Ling. Some of the celestial emperors from the ancient rhyme immortal platform had tears in their eyes. Lin Ling had saved them. Scram. At this moment, a voice rang out from among the evil beings. It was Lin Ling's voice. Everyone, leave immediately. Only when we leave can Lin Ling release the bindings and escape with his life. Su Jimin knew what Lin Ling was thinking and immediately shouted. Lin Ling, do your best. We will wait for you outside. Many people roared and rushed out of the evil cloud. Today, they all owed Lin Ling a favor. However, the evil cloud seemed to have sensed that everyone wanted to escape. Hence, the fog around the exit became even more frenzied. It was like a wave, attempting to drown the exit once again. And this change was something that no one had expected. When they rushed out of the evil cloud, they turned their heads and saw that the exit had been drowned again. At the same time, Lin Ling also didn't expect the evil cloud to be so powerful. Originally, according to his guess, as long as everyone left, he could also fight with all his strength and rush out of the evil cloud. But now, the evil cloud quickly drowned the exit, causing Lin Ling to lose his chance to leave. Looking at the gradually disappearing exit, Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly. It seemed that he would not be able to escape today. He knew that the situation was troublesome. However, he did not have any regrets. He had to save the Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the 9 spirits of heaven. If he did not save them, he would regret it. He, Lin Ling, would never let himself regret. Although Li Xiaoyao lived a carefree life in the past, he had regrets and regrets in his life. However, Lin Ling would never have such a thing. His life was colorful. Merciful Buddha. The evil clouds in the surroundings swept over, as if they wanted to drown Lin Ling, turning Lin Ling into an evil spirit. At this moment, outside of the evil cloud, everyone stared blankly in front of them. Dark clouds covered the entire sky. It was a shocking sight. The exit had been drowned. At this moment, everyone knew that Lin Ling had died in the evil cloud in order to save them. But now, no one was in high spirits. Instead, they felt a deep sense of guilt. Even though they knew that Lin Ling hadn't saved them on purpose and had done it for the sake of saving the Fire Spirit Princess and the others, they couldn't deny that they were indeed indebted to Lin Ling for their escape. Bad guy. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Princess gritted her teeth and jumped into the evil cloud. In mid-air, her body quietly changed, turning into a beautiful woman. Wherever she passed, it was as if night had fallen. If one looked carefully, that woman was the second dream. Who frowns lightly, sleeves fluttering in the wind, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword, who lingers a few times after parting today, the flowering period is over, and the fleeting time is over. The night and the flames descended at the same time. In front of them, it was as if a goddess had passed by, and there was a soft singing voice. Many people subconsciously said, "So beautiful. Sister, the second dream." Little Flame stared at the second dream. His eyes were moist. The second dream must have wanted to save Lin Ling. In order to save her, Lin Ling entered the ghost domain and stepped into the Yellow Springs. Today, in order to save her, he went into the evil cloud alone. The second dream did not let Lin Ling down. Even though she had escaped with her life, she still went into the tiger's den. The relationship between the two undoubtedly made many people envious. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the second dream seemed to have entered water and disappeared into the evil cloud. At this moment, all the evil creatures in the evil cloud stopped in their tracks and looked coldly at Lin Ling. The evil cloud in the sky formed the appearance of an ancient monk. It looked kindly at Lin Ling and said, "Benefactor, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late." The voice was like the voice of Buddha. However, when it appeared in the world filled with evil energy, it made people's scalps go numb. The evil Buddha lineage is a very powerful existence. I didn't expect it to devour so many people in order to be resurrected. In the evil cloud, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered. His handsome face looked forward, and his eyes were cold. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for his entire life. He had seen all kinds of storms. Therefore, the evil cloud could not make him lose his fighting spirit. "Benefactor, I am saving them from the sea of bitterness." "Benefactor, why are you so stubborn?" The voice sounded again. "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking nonsense?" Lin Ling sneered. The arrival of the ancient god emperor made the evil cloud not dare to approach. It was obvious that the evil cloud was afraid of Lin Ling. "Benefactor, you have heaven-tier talent. You are extremely powerful. If I hadn't devoured so many people, I wouldn't have been able to devour you. Unfortunately, it's too late. It's not difficult for me to devour you now. Moreover, I know that you are hiding your divine tier talent. It's a pity that your realm is too low. Therefore, I can still devour you. I can even give up on everyone here, but I must devour you." The voice sounded again. If it was at the beginning, the evil cloud could not devour Lin Ling. However, the evil cloud had devoured too many heavenly emperors, causing its strength to increase greatly. Therefore, it could devour Lin Ling. Then let's try. Let's see who will devour who. Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. He had decided to fight to the death. "I will help you cross the sea of bitterness." The surrounding evil cloud surged and pounced towards Lin Ling, wanting to devour Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling took out the mysterious void gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he burst out from the soaring dragon universe. Pop pop pop. The Yellow Springs flame erupted to its limit, resisting the surrounding evil cloud. From afar, it was as if a blazing sun was born from the dark clouds, trying to destroy the darkness. However, the evil cloud was already extremely powerful, so Lin Ling's law of fire could not destroy the evil cloud at all. He could only desperately resist, and if this continued, it would naturally be disadvantageous for Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's realm was too low, it was impossible for him to use the law of fire for a long time. After an unknown period of time, the flames finally extinguished, and the evil cloud completely submerged Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll help you. At this time, another flame blossomed from the evil cloud, shooting towards Lin Ling like a meteor. In the darkness, Lin Ling felt a surge of spirit energy entering his body, combining with his yellow spring's flame, causing the extinguished flames to burn once again. And this sudden power, to Lin Ling, was like rain after a long drought. The Second Dream. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.